metals and mining on the latest. If you just go over to London, Anglo-American stock is down by 1%. BHP is down by about 3%. All right, taking a look at the market. Nothing happening. We'll see you at NVIDIA earnings. See you tomorrow. This is
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom. Look at some of the company stories we're following. Good news if you have the attention span of a gnat. Elon Musk's X Corporation teaming up with the PGA Tour. They're going to bring real-time highlights and videos from the golfing event to users of the social media platform. So this according to X's CEO, Linda Yaccarino, in a post. The partnership comes as other tech giants also venture into sports programming as a way to boost membership. You don't have to watch the whole tournament, just the highlights, I guess. MasterCard says it expects to be able to discover that your credit card or debit card has been compromised well before it ends up in the hands of cyber criminals. In its latest software update rolling out this week, MasterCard integrating artificial intelligence into the fraud prediction technology. It expects we'll be able to see patterns in stolen cars faster and also allow banks to replace them before they're even used by criminals. With this new update, it can use other patterns or contextual information such as geography, time, and addresses, and combine it with incomplete but compromised credit card numbers that appear in databases to get cardholders sooner to replace the bad cards. These patterns can now also be used in reverse, so potentially using batches of bad cards to see potentially compromised merchants or payment processors. And Barbie dolls are going to honor tennis champion Venus Williams and 8 other athletes, part of a project announced by Mattel yesterday. The others being depicted include the soccer players Mary Fowler and Christine Sinclair, Williams, who has won 7 Grand Slams, said in response, "Throughout my career, I've always been driven by the idea of shattering glass ceilings, staying true to myself. Barbie's mission couldn't resonate more deeply."
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy hump day. We got you. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. We bring you all the top news in business and economics and finance with our lens from our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries worldwide. We also keep you updated on world and national news. And for that, we go to Michael Barr. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex, Paul, John. 3 European governments, Norway, Spain, and Ireland, all U.S. allies, say they will recognize a Palestinian state. That follows the International Criminal Court saying Israel's prime minister and the leaders of Hamas should be charged with crimes against humanity. Retired Army Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, who also served as National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, provided context.
You have a terrorist organization that conducted the October 7th attacks and deliberately targeted civilians, mass murder, rape, infanticide, and still the hostages are still in Gaza. So I think it's a travesty, actually, to have these indictments at the same time.
McMaster spoke on CBS Mornings. Iran's supreme leader has presided over a funeral for late President Ibrahim Raisi, the country's foreign minister, and others killed in a helicopter crash. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei began the service today at Tehran University. Multiple people were killed when a tornado tore through a small Iowa town and left a wide swath of obliterated homes, crumpled cars, and splintered trees. The tornado destroyed much of the town of Greenfield. President Biden is chipping away at former President Donald Trump's lead in our latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult swing state poll. Trump now leads by 4 percentage points, down from 6, in the 7 states that could decide the election. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern has more on where things stand for the president.
One thing is clear. He's performing very well as opposed to some of the Sun Belt states where he did make a little bit of improvement, but he is performing very well in the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And if you talk to anyone in the Biden camp or any sort of Democratic analyst looking at the election, he has to hold the blue wall in order to win in November.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
All right. Thank you so much, Michael Barr. So the story this week has definitely been Singapore Airlines and that flight from London to Singapore and the massive turbulence that killed one and injured many others. So there is a site, apparently, Paul, called Turbly website. Turbly. Okay. That measures the bumpiest rides in the sky. So I thought we'd talk about that. So apparently the world's most turbulent route is from Santiago to Santa Cruz. The average turbulence...
Santiago, Chile,
yep,
to Santa Cruz. I don't know. Okay, somewhere in South America.
Isn't Santa Cruz in California?
Well, there's a lot of Santa Cruzes, I think.
All right, fine. Okay, well, okay. The beautiful chart we have in our article did not tell us that. Then also, a lot of them are Tokyo, long haul from Tokyo, like Tokyo to New Delhi, for example. Tokyo to Dhaka also is quite turbulent. In Europe, you're looking at Milan to Geneva.
Done that.
Milan to Zurich.
Gotta go over the Alps.
Geneva to Zurich. And this comes as the 2 jet streams kind of collide, right? And this is typically where that winds up happening.
John Tucker's dying to jump in here, but this is right in his wheelhouse.
No, I'm just wondering, does it cite global warming or changes in climate as a result of this, or just the fact that more people are flying, or maybe a combination of the 2 of those things?
It says rankings. This is rankings from 2023, and the turbulence strength is given in units of eddy dissipation rate. Okay. High dissipation means turbulence is also generated at high rates. They don't give a reason for why.
I did the Newark to Singapore flight, which at the time, nonstop, was the longest nonstop flight. That was nice.
Apparently the equator, though, is known for turbulence because of some strong upward currents and thunderstorm activity, according to Turbly.
I would say the prize has to, for at least in my experience, has to go to the east side of the Sierra Nevadas. The most turbulent winds I've ever encountered in an aircraft. That was scary.
Well, you always see it when you go to the West Coast, too. You know, when you go to the Rockies. usually they get hit with some turbulence there.
We obviously have a chart on it because we're Bloomberg, but it is quite interesting. I didn't know that there were like preset turbulent routes. Anyway, much more coming up. We're going to talk more with the markets and preview NVIDIA for you, what to expect when numbers cross and just how will they be impacting the market. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Kunjan Sobhani. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Semiconductor Analyst. He's out there on the West Coast. He's going to preview NVIDIA earnings for us as well. Jody Schneider, Political News Director for Bloomberg Television and Radio, on the latest Bloomberg Morning Consult poll we were reporting on this morning. And then this one's for Mr. John Tucker. Thomas Healy, he's the founder and CEO of Hyliion, on the importance of capitalizing on off-grid power generation. Now we're talking his language. He just read the grid, so he's all over that stuff. All right, let's get this hour going with a Bloomberg Business Flash with Mr. John Tucker.
And we're being brought to you by BNY Mellon Insight, June 4th to the 6th in Nashville, Tennessee. Don't miss the essential event for the financial advice community. Visit insight.bnymellon.com, where you can meet in person Paul and Alex.
Come and say hi to us.
I wish I could, but I won't be there because I wasn't invited. Major stock averages mixed to little change. 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 lower right now. Biggest drags, that's coming from energy and materials. In the lead, the stocks that belong to information technology. Among the individual stocks, you have Target, worst performing stock in the S&P 500. More on that in just a moment. Ahead of its results after the close, shares of NVIDIA right now, they are down about 0.6%. And ahead of those earnings, Aaron Brown of PIMCO says, you know what, NVIDIA is not the only game in town.
All eyes have been on NVIDIA, and I actually think that there's opportunities outside of just NVIDIA to play the AI theme. And so I like looking under the surface at less discovered names.
Dead flat right now. S&P 500 unchanged, 5320 on the index. Dow Jones Industrial Average 20 points lower. The Nasdaq 100 up 22 points. That's up about 0.1%. Did get some inventory numbers this morning. Gasoline stocks, they have fallen. May still be some good news for those of you who are taking a road trip this Memorial Day weekend. Biden administration has announced plans to drain the gasoline reserve, which holds about 1 million barrels of fuel, so that might help. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. Welcome to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. It is also Wednesday. There is nothing happening in the market because we're waiting for NVIDIA, but did beneath the surface, and there are some interesting company stories. Basically, lots of places that Paul hasn't shopped, like Target and TJ Maxx.
Yes.
Have you never been in a Target, just to be clear?
I've been in a Target in State College, Pennsylvania. I did get that confirmed.
Okay, so you did get that.
Yes.
He has been to Walmart. We're going to put him on the TJX, maybe a dollar store. We're going to slowly introduce him to the big retailers. But Target's having a terrible day. I mean, it's down as much as 13%, the most since November of 2022. Nor Melinda joins us here from Bloomberg News. Nor the actual numbers weren't that terrible. So what's going on?
Right. And it's funny when we're looking at this across different industries, we do see investors having high expectations for these companies, and we do know that the consumer has really been crippled as of late. And as you mentioned, this is a pretty bad day here for Target shares. We are seeing this happening after its foot traffic trends have disappointed. We're seeing a lot of investors, or rather consumers, clutching their wallets, and they're not doing as much discretionary spending, and it seems to be really permeating different spaces in the retail industry, but we're seeing it particularly hitting Target. And actually, Vital Knowledge, an analyst there, said that traffic at Target is lagging, quote, badly behind a 3.8% increase at Walmart. So there really has been that juxtaposition of Walmart and Target here this morning. Everyone's been really comparing the two companies, and we're seeing Target not really living up to the mark that investors are looking for here.
All right, maybe that grocery aspect has something to do with in terms of traffic.
I mean, that's what we were saying earlier.
All right.
Alex said that she doesn't feel that she finds the freshest bananas, was it?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll take it if I need it, right? You know what I'm saying? But their packaged goods are just fine. The selection might not be as large as, say, Walmart, but their fresh foods isn't the best.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I'd venture to say the same.
Let's go to tech for a moment. Yes, we're waiting for NVIDIA, but Microsoft, what's going on there?
Yes, I mean, tech is really in focus today, especially as we're gearing up for those earnings from NVIDIA. So not too much going on, but we do see information technology as the best performing sector right now in the S&P 500. So I wanted to take a look at Microsoft. And this is after it announced a geothermal powered data center in Kenya with the G42, which is the United Arab Emirates top AI firm. And essentially, this is supposed to be the initial phase of a multi-year plan to dramatically increase cloud computing capacity in East Africa. So just an interesting story that I saw here this morning, and especially as we're looking at a lot of these tech firms, we're seeing NVIDIA shares a bit lower and Microsoft a bit higher this morning.
All right, interesting. Next one, Disney. What's happening with
I know this is
our good
your
friends,
name.
Mickey Mouse?
This is his jam.
Yep.
This is your jam. But as you saw the news earlier, Disney's selling its stake in Tata's $1 billion India TV platform. Now, this is really interesting news, especially with people familiar saying that this will allow Disney to focus on the merger of its Indian unit with the billionaire Mukesh Ambani's media arm. And it does say that transaction volumes are at about $1 billion, and with Tata taking full control of the TV platform after buying a just shy of 30% stake from Disney here.
Yeah, it was just one of those things. They may have inherited this with their acquisition of 21st Century Fox. I can't remember.
Right.
But also in Disney, I see they're laying off some people at Pixar. And while this is interesting, because when Disney buys Pixar or Marvel or the George Lucas Studios, one of the reasons these entities sell to Disney is because Bob Iger says, I won't interfere with you guys at all. You run your business. You can stay where you are. You don't have to come to Burbank or any of that kind of stuff. You run your business, hands off. And in fact, that's what they've done over the last 15 years. That's why this is important, because now they're going in and saying, you got to participate in the head cuts like everybody else. But it's part of what Bob has to do. Bob Iger, the CEO, has to do for Wall Street.
Well, it also seems like it was because of streaming services. I'm just reading the journal write-up on that yes, it's all about the broader cost cuts, but that Pixar had already hired additional animators and other staff to help make titles like animated series titles, and maybe that's going to be changing a little bit. Anecdotally, my goddaughter worked for Disney. She worked on the Marvel series. She's an editor, and she got laid off with a bunch of random layoffs. And she's like, there are so many unemployed people in the movie industry right now. Like, nobody can get jobs.
Wow.
So she's now like a PA. So just taking like a huge step back. She's making like a quarter of what she made before. But she's like, this is the only way to get anything anymore.
And this is an exact 180 from where this industry was a couple of years ago when they peaked out on it, like typically they peaked out on production because there's so many streaming services trying to just put anything they could on the air, that if you were if you were involved in that industry at all, you had a job and everything. Now everybody's cutting back on that.
It's brutal.
And I was going to say, Tata Play was included in the joint venture back in 2001 between 21st Century Fox and the deal.
I remember that.
Thank you. So thank you for that. We appreciate it. All right, Norma Linda, thank you so much for helping us break it all down. The main event, as we know, is NVIDIA. That stock is down by about 0.5%. Its last 52-week high was back in March, but this is a $2.3 trillion company, so like it's going to move some stuff. So a company that moves this much, and the options market is looking for an 8% move to the up or downside, is definitely going to move the broader market. So we want to get to details on what to expect. Kujan Sobhani is Bloomberg Intelligence senior semiconductor analyst, and he joins us now. Kujan, what are you looking for when the numbers come out?
Yeah, we once again expect solid earnings with a likelihood of a beat and a raise. I mean, look, during the quarter, there have been multiple signals that validate that the demand momentum continues to be strong. First, its largest cloud and hyperscale customers all have announced upside to their AI CapEx guidance for this year. Second, its largest supplier, TSMC, also has given positive commentary around the AI demand environment for the later half of this year. And third, which is getting more and more important, is outside of just these cloud and hyperscale customers, the company is seeing significantly higher demand from enterprises, from sovereign entities, from other regional government agencies. So overall, we again expect pretty healthy results.
Kunjan, give us a sense of the competitive landscape here that in this AI space. How big is NVIDIA and where are the other competitors?
Yeah, so I would divide it into two groups. One is a merchant silicon, which means just chip makers who can provide GPUs, who sell GPUs. So it's just really NVIDIA and AMD, honestly. And AMD just is going to have its first major year this year. So it's just started out almost 2 quarters ago. So it's really majority in mid-90s or high 90s is NVIDIA. On the other side, you have these cloud customers designing their own ASICs, where players like Broadcom and Marvell partner with them to help them design that. So that sort of is not a direct competitor, but indirectly is taking away or chipping away from the TAM that NVIDIA could have served in the absence of these chips. So that to me is a much larger threat, but that's what the competitive landscape entails.
So walk us through sort of the customers of NVIDIA, for example. They talk about raising their CapEx guidance. When does sort of NVIDIA book that revenue? Like, what's the line here?
Yeah, so think of it maybe from a 6 to 12 month window. So when Meta said that for this year, or Microsoft said this year they are going to spend more, and they specifically call out they are going to spend more in terms of GPUs, right? So if they start placing their orders, let's say now for the rest of the year to get allocation, you are going to see that revenue hit NVIDIA's number in this calendar year, definitely.
So Kunjan, give us a sense of, like, I think a lot of people understand the software business in a sense that it's subscription kind of, and I get that recurring revenue, and that's what investors like. Is that the same thing for NVIDIA and its chip business? I mean, or is it once I buy one of your chips, dude, I'm good for 5 years?
It's the latter. So, people don't look at chip business from a recurring revenue source type of things, but there is definitely the stickiness side to it, right? So once you design, let's say an NVIDIA chip, I designed that in my socket. Now, there's high likelihood that when that chip runs out, the life of that chip runs out, or when I want to upgrade or refresh that device, I'm going to go ahead and buy a newer NVIDIA chip and just put it in that socket if I can, because there's less cost to me in terms of going with another vendor, because there's software redesign required, the board redesign required, etc. So that's what we are going to now expect coming in 25 with its new B100 Blackwell chips, where we think it could just replace the old H100s when customers are ready to sort of upgrade those chips.
What stops the growth? Like, if we don't have enough energy, does that prevent these data centers from being built? Like, what short term is going to be a hurdle that NVIDIA and the industry could run up against? Maybe it's nothing. I don't know.
Well, right now, what's sort of not stopping but slowing the growth is really supply. There's so much demand that if NVIDIA had unlimited supply today, it could ship more. It could grow more than 100% like it's expected to be. So that's the major factor right now, stopping the growth for NVIDIA or GPU players right now.
Hey, Kunjan, one of the things I've understood about the semiconductor business is that it is cyclical, and you got to get the cycle right. Does this AI aspect to the chip business, does that change that dynamic at all, or is this still a cyclical business?
Well, remember, AI is a very new thing, right? And ChatGPT came out, end of 2022. So think of it like in the beginning of the internet boom cycle. This is a very new cycle, if you will, if you want to call it a cycle. So right now, there is no cyclicality that we are expecting with this AI portion of the cycle. The rest of the semiconductor industry is, however, going through a cycle with some of the end markets like industrial and automotive actually going through the bottom, and PCs and smartphone coming out of the bottom. But for the Gen AI side of chips, we are not right now seeing any cyclicality. That doesn't mean it could not turn into a cyclical cycle going on further, right? We don't know the length of the cycle. So this now looks like it has legs at least to continue for at least 3 more years. And then maybe, I don't want to say from what I see, it might go in a downturn, but maybe more of a normalized spending. But at least for now, 3 to 4 years, we don't see sort of a cyclical downturn in this AI.
What is the potential for NVIDIA to move after earnings? Because you're so right. Like, it's still going to be a cyclical industry, right? But what does that cyclicality look like? And is that different from usually what we're looking at when it comes to semi and the chip sector? So what would move that needle, say, when the numbers come out?
I mean, the consensus right now across the board is for, again, a beat and a raise. So I think as long as they continue doing that, the sentiment should stay positive and move the numbers accordingly. We don't expect anything in terms of a negative surprise that could impact the numbers or move the stock otherwise, but you never know. But a couple of things to look after. What most investors are going to focus on is the engagement and the commentary, which can help the street upside its fiscal 25 numbers, because that's more important than just the actual quarter report. And second is what we would like to really hear is more commentary around their software run rate. They closed the last year with about a $1 billion run rate. We expect them to, similarly to their data center business, grow almost 100% this year. So any commentary there, whether it's more engagement, whether it's more outlook towards actual numbers, would be really positive for the stock.
All right, Kunjan, thanks so much for joining us. Kunjan Sobhani, Senior Analyst on the Semiconductors for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from San Francisco via Zoom, getting a preview of NVIDIA earnings here. Looking at WTI crude oil, off a little bit here. Oil-paired losses after a government report on U.S. crude stockpile showed a smaller build than many were expecting. So that's we still look at that, don't we, the supply side?
I mean, I do. Well, also because it gives you some demand, too, and that's important heading into Memorial Day weekend for the U.S. also.
$3.50 at the Wawa. It's been elevated.
Okay, so is that good or bad? Like, when you look at that,
it's come down from where it was. It was elevated earlier, but, I mean, the trajectory right now is the right direction.
Because what we have heard is that the demand for gasoline just hasn't been there necessarily in the same way that you usually see at this time. So if you do have an ability for inventory to build a little bit, and the draw for gasoline, for example, was less than we thought, then maybe it won't be as bad.
There is a reasonable argument to be made that come Thursday afternoon through Tuesday morning, I will not be in an automobile. I will be biking to the beach, bike to church. Bike to the
Do you have a regular bike or is it electric?
No, I just got my little cruiser, the beach cruiser, dude. I got the electric bike back in Summit, but you can't bring that down there.
What's a beach cruiser bike?
Just a little single gear.
Yeah, it's just
basic thing.
It's made for going on flat surfing. You're not doing hills on this thing.
Yes.
The beach, as we know.
Are you off Friday? Are you on the beach on Friday?
You're darn right. I'll be on the beach today at 3 o'clock.
I'll be off Monday and Tuesday. So.
Well, are you biking though?
I'll be drinking.
But not biking. I see. So he's using the gasoline demand. So that's key. $3.50 at the Wawa.
Yep.
But Paul Sweeney will not be doing that. But we still look at supply. We still look at demand. And the inventory build definitely good for prices at the pump. Just not necessarily as good.
And you can't build refineries and you can't build pipelines. So I think I understand the energy business.
Definitely. He's done. Yeah, he's good to go. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about politics and a new poll with Jody Schneider, political news director for Bloomberg TV, on swing states and President Trump versus President Biden. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. After posting another record close yesterday, S&P 500, little changed. Stocks appear to be treading water as NVIDIA earnings come after the close of regular trading here in New York. Worst performing stock in the S&P 500. That belongs to Target. Their forecasts underwhelming investors. Those shares right now down 7.3%. And then you have shares of TJX. They are 5.2% higher. That was a record high earlier after the off-price retailer boosted its earnings per share forecast for the full year. And then you have shares of Petco, the ticker symbol WOOF. Those shares right now 33% higher. The pet health and wellness company reporting better than expected first quarter results. They also delivered a forecast for the second quarter net revenue slightly ahead of estimates. Overall, S&P 500, again, unchanged, 5320 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 31 points lower at 39,841. And the NASDAQ 100 up 41 points. That is a rise of about 0.2%. Two-year yield, 3 basis points higher. That's at 485. The 10-year yield unchanged at 441. And we check the markets all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. Well, Bloomberg periodically does a poll, a political poll with Morning Consult, and the latest poll is available. And according to the poll, half of swing state voters say they're worried about violence surrounding the U.S. presidential election. And many swing state voters also say they're worried about the growing number or growing presence of artificial intelligence and that it could one day diminish privacy and hurt job prospects. So let's get some more color on this. Jody Schneider joins us. She's a political news director for Bloomberg Television and Radio. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Jody, I don't think we've ever had this whole concern about violence surrounding an election before, but I guess post-January 6th, it's a thing.
Yeah, it is. And we asked specifically about this because we've been doing this poll now since last fall, as you know, Paul, and we've been asking about the candidates themselves, and we continue to ask about that. But we wanted to ask on some issues as well, and this seemed to be one that's percolating out there quite a bit. That we hear a lot from, and so we went and asked the voters themselves, asked them, in these swing states, in these 7 swing states, and as you noted, about half say they are concerned about that, and it seems to be pretty evenly split between Republicans and Democrats in terms of that concern. So that's real, and that could affect them in terms of how they vote, perhaps whether they vote, because both parties really need big turnout. It's going to be, as everyone expects, a close election, close in terms of the popular vote, and of course that affects the Electoral College, which is where it comes down to where the rubber meets the road, if you will.
Jody, does the fear sway how people are going to vote?
Well, I think it more could affect whether they vote, Alex. I really think that's part of it. If you fear that, perhaps there's going to be violence surrounding this, or there's this kind of fear about things, maybe you say, and we've seen a lot of polling around the fact that there isn't a lot of excitement around either candidate. We had at one point poll showing that they wish there was someone other than Biden or Trump. But this is who we have. This is who's going to be on the ballots. And so I think it's more going to be a turnout issue. We'll see. Now, of course, we do this polling, and we all talk about polls a great deal in an election year like this. But it's still about 5.5 months out before the election. And a lot of people don't make up their minds fully until after Labor Day. So this is still, this is an issue that could affect voting, but we still have plenty of time before people actually start voting.
So, Jody, aside from these issues, what are kind of the key issues that our polling has kind of illuminated are kind of going to be the key issues for these candidates through the election?
Yeah, so the race is narrowing according to, again, these are 7 swing states where we think, a lot of the election will be determined. And we found that 6 in 10 of the voters worry about misinformation, not only violence, but misinformation. 46% had concerns about perhaps foreign interference in the election. So that's an interesting take. We've seen former President Trump's swing state lead dipping slightly. He is still ahead in many of these swing states, according to our poll, but it has dipped slightly since the last time we polled about a month ago. So that could be viewed as a little bit of encouraging news for those who support Biden, but those who support Trump say, well, he's still ahead there. So we have that. We also have that Biden gaining ground from April in each of the competitive Sun Belt states. So that's an interesting factor that he's gaining there. The states where he needs to win, he absolutely must win what we're calling those blue wall states of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, which he won last time, which Hillary Clinton famously did not win in her race against Donald Trump. We're finding that he is doing a little bit better there. They're separated by no more than 2 percentage points in those blue wall states. So very close there.
Jody, when you talked about misinformation, how do voters then, do we have an idea of where voters are going to get their information if they're worried about misinformation?
Well, that's a really good question, Alex. And so many of them talk about misinformation, but then they go to places where they are, where there's potentially misinformation. And a lot of voters are getting their news from a lot of places that we don't necessarily consider traditional news outlets. So it's an interesting question. We did ask about TikTok. That's been a big issue. The U.S. government has, under legislation that was passed for emergency funding for Ukraine and other places in the world, it was in there a ban on TikTok if the Chinese parent, ByteDance, does not sell it. We asked these swing state voters whether they thought it was a good idea to ban TikTok, and almost half said they thought it was. So another interesting wrinkle there in terms of information.
Jody, what has the polling demonstrated about, if anything, about voters' feelings about former President Donald Trump and, I guess, the current trial that he's dealing with, as well as the other legal challenges for the former president?
Yeah, so we saw that about 1,000 respondents mentioned or alluded to that trial in comments given to us as part of the poll, which shows that they're aware of it. They know that it's happening. We didn't ask a specific question. In the past, we had asked if he was to be convicted of a crime, would that affect their decision to vote for him? And that did poll quite high. We didn't ask that specific question now. We asked about their knowledge of this. And again, many people knew this was happening. So that will, we will know in the next few weeks whether he will be convicted or not in the New York case. And that will be something interesting to see in further polls, whether his either being acquitted or found guilty there is something that could affect voters' perceptions going into the November election.
We may not know this, but is anyone going to watch the debates to really get a sense of who they want to vote for? I'm so struck by undecideds because both of these individuals have been president before. I mean, usually the debates are for people that nobody knows, like a governor of a state that we're going to have to get to know on a global stage and a federal stage. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm always amazed too. Both these people, I mean, have had so much coverage for so long. How could anybody in America not have an opinion about them, right? But at the same time, people watch the debates both to really to double down in some ways on their opinion. If they feel that, they're very much for Donald Trump and they see him in the debate and they like him, they say, okay, good, that really validates my decision to vote for him. Or on the other hand, if they're looking, to see whether somebody, a person that they don't think they want to vote for, but they do particularly well that night, that may, that could sway their opinion. It's a perception kind of thing, but it matters. We found out that debates do matter a great great deal to how the electorate perceives the candidates. This will be a very early debate, happening in June. We haven't seen this in cycles lately, so that may tell us something about people's willingness to go out and vote.
All right, Jody, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting some of your time. Jody Schneider, political news director for Bloomberg Television and Radio, joining us from Washington, D.C. And another question I have is kind of like, anybody going to pay attention to the conventions in the summer?
Yeah.
I mean, I think probably just because that might be a place where if there's violence, it may be there. We certainly saw it in past conventions. So I'll be interested to see how much people pay attention to the conventions as well, since we already know who the candidates are.
Yep, and also particularly I think there was a a primary where Nikki Haley got votes, like 22% of the vote or something, even though she wasn't actually running anymore. Speaking of politics, BBC reporting right now that there will be a UK general election that will be held on July 4th. So Rishi Sunak, who's the current prime minister, has already said that there will be an election in the second half of the year, but no one really knew what that meant. There was speculation today that he would call an earlier than expected vote in the summer, and it looks, according to BBC, that will be held on July 4th. There's been a lot of speculation in Westminster about when this will actually happen. You had inflation data drop to 2.3%. That was less than estimated, but near the central bank's target. And curbing prices is a key pledge from Rishi Sunak. Overall, the Conservative Party has trailed the Labour Party by about 20 points in opinion polls, so it should be very interesting. All right, let's go to Michael Barr for World and National News.
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul, John, Norway, Spain, and Ireland have announced that they are recognizing a Palestinian state. Ireland's Prime Minister Simon Harris announced the move in a press conference today.
Last month I stood on these same steps with Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain, and we said that the point of recognizing the state of Palestine was coming closer. That point has now arrived.
Israel's foreign minister recalled ambassadors from Norway and Ireland. Primary elections were held yesterday in Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, and Oregon. Republicans' slim majority in the House just got a little more breathing room after a special election in California. Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari has more.
This was the special election to replace Kevin McCarthy, the former speaker who was ousted by his own party and then resigned at the end of last year. But one of his top former aides is going to replace him, Vince Fong. He was a state representative and had worked for Kevin McCarthy in his office previously. It'll give Republicans just a tiny bit more leeway in the House. They still don't have a lot of room to maneuver. It's a 218 to 213 split in the House now.
Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari in Washington. According to a Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll, half of swing state voters say they're worried about violence this presidential election. 6 in 10 swing state voters, mostly Democrats, are worried about misinformation. Former President Donald Trump is facing a new round of controversies about birth control. Trump, in an interview with CBS Pittsburgh, stated he may consider restricting access to it if he is reelected. However, a short time later, he walked back the statement, saying he has never and will never advocate for restricting birth control or contraceptives. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. S&P 500, little changed right now. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, that's up about 0.3% right now. Both benchmarks hit fresh records on Tuesday. At the same time, the CBOE Volatility Index that closed at its lowest level since 2019. And while we wait for the AI poster child, NVIDIA, to report, that comes after the close of regular trading in New York today, we're going to get the Fed minutes this afternoon. Seema Shah at Principal Asset Management says, you know what, the economy probably right where it should be at this point.
I think we're in the motions of a soft landing in the US. So the data is fairly good. We're downshifting, which is a positive thing. The last thing that we want is actually to see economic data continuing to accelerate, because that, to me, ends up in a hard landing later down the line. But I think the jury's still out.
National Association of Realtors reporting home resales dropping in April, down for the second month in a row. S&P 500 right now, 2 points lower. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 61 points. That's at 39,811. And the NASDAQ 100 up 35 points, a rise of 0.2%, 18,748. Among some of the standouts, after their earnings, Target shares down 7.3%. After their earnings, TJX up 6% right now. And Woof, that is the pet company, up 28% right now. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, thank you so much, John Tucker. I'm Alex Deal alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Some breaking news over in the UK. So it's according to BBC, but a UK general election will now be held on July 4th. The backdrop for this is that in local elections and also in polling, the Labour Party has been gaining a lot when it comes to, say, the Conservative Party, which is currently in power with the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Now, you can make an argument it's hard to govern if the opinion polls show you so much out of favor. Also, inflation has been high, although it's come down a little bit today to 2.3% was the latest read. Growth has been sort of stagnant. We're waiting for the Bank of England to cut as well. So there was an expectation that Rishi Sunak would call for early elections. He hinted it would be in the back half of this year, which could kick off as much as July. The theory was that he would wait until the fall, which was when we'd see prices actually come down in terms of inflation. But it looks like he decided he was going to ramp it up. A July election also coincides with, get this, the first flight of asylum seekers that are being sent to Rwanda. This is a very controversial proposal that he touted.
I wasn't aware of that.
Allowing the Tories to make their migration clampdown a core focus of the campaign versus, say, maybe inflation. Anyway, that was the best. That's all I got.
That's great.
So let's go to somebody who knows a little bit more, shall we?
Yeah, let's do this. We got James Wolcock. He's going to join us here. He's Bloomberg Radio senior producer in London. I guess, James, just reading some of the top live stuff here, a little bit of surprise as to the timing. What do you know over there in London?
I mean, your guess is as good as ours in that you're right to point out the flights to Rwanda. There are also kind of negative sides to that too, in that summer is normally a very good time for boats to start crossing over from France to the UK. So it could be a sort of negative sign there. In some ways, this is a major gamble for Sunak. He is basically saying that this 2.3% inflation CPI headline that he's coming out saying could be the best he's going to get. And he wants to call the election before it gets any worse. You've also got to bear in mind that in the past month, 2 Conservative MPs, our lawmakers here in UK Parliament, have defected to the Labour Party. So in many ways, the sources I've been talking to today says a summer election speaks more to fears things get worse rather than the hope it gets better. And for Labour today, in some ways, this has been an outcome they've been looking forward to. They've been saying they want an election. They're more than 20 points ahead in the polls. And a recent local council election showed that that seems relatively solid. So there are a lot of questions today inside his own party about why he's called this so early.
So to that point, and this is like for the people over here in the U.S., why would he call an election at all? Like here, we have polling all the time. People like a president, they don't. No one cares. Every 4 years, boom, you get to vote. That's it. How does it work over in the UK?
So, I mean, you guys have the quirk where you know that November has been coming for a very long time and it's all in your calendars and you've all been able to book summer holidays. I don't have that joy. In the UK, the way the rules work is you have until 5 years. So the soon as you get elected, you have 5 years until the clock is up and you have to leave. That deadline is January 2025 here. And so it is getting closer and closer. And so the UK government and the Prime Minister who holds this power effectively can pick when he thinks is best. But what has happened to Sunak is the longer and longer that goes on, as he waits for that best moment, the weaker and weaker he looks. And many ask, like, is this a prime minister who never has that best moment? And so calling it now is also his way of trying to say, you know, I still have the power over the situation. Famously, Gordon Brown, Labour Prime Minister back in 2010, who lost his sort of seat as Prime Minister, didn't call it. He bottled it in about 2008. And he was famously called weak in the election campaign that followed 2 years later because he had his moment when he could maybe have turned it all around and he didn't do it. So to your question, Sunak is choosing to make this gamble now. Whether he will succeed is now anyone's guess, but it is worth saying that in most recent political history in the past 40 years, overcoming the poll lead that Labour, his opposition party, hasn't been done.
Do we know who the Labour Party will put up against Mr. Sunak?
Yeah, we do. So the Labour opposition leader, Keir Starmer, he's been in power over the Labour Party since about 2020, and the Labour opposition leader is the person who will run against him. Keir is increasingly well known in the UK. He is putting forward quite a centrist platform in comparison to the previous Labour leader back in 2019, Jeremy Corbyn, who was very left-wing by UK standards. And what Keir Starmer is running on is he put out an election pledge card last week. That's how much speculation has been going in the UK building up to this, where he said his 6 first steps would be, and don't test me here, but stabilizing the economy, reforming the UK health service, protecting the borders, cracking down on crime, and as well as that, he's also looking to reform education. And I think that I've named 5. The 6th one eludes me, but broadly, that is going to be his platform. For Sunak, this election is all about the economy. But both sides here have a story to tell about the economy.
And we're learning now from other news outlets that Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the UK, will make a statement at Downing Street at about 5 p.m. So U.S. time, that's about 13 minutes time. James, why are people so unhappy with the Tory party, with the Conservative Party right now?
That is a complex question. I mean, to answer it, I have to go back into recent history. There in the past 3 years have been 4 different Conservative prime ministers. And when you look at that, that has become a hallmark of a difficult leadership. Inflation, like in the US, has hit double digits and has only recently come down 2.3% today. And combine that with sluggish GDP growth, a very difficult leaving of the European Union, and the Conservative Party have also been in power for 14 years. And part of this is just a kind of political exhaustion. Add all that together, and many people here are looking for something different. And it is worth saying, although the Conservative Party are beneath the Labour Party, the main opposition in the polls, it has yet to be demonstrated there is a real enthusiasm for Labour either. There is just kind of this real exhaustion with the current political options in Britain.
Just real quickly for us here, this flight to Rwanda, these people, who are they? Do they want to go to Rwanda, or are they being kicked out?
They're being kicked out. So in the same way, I think the parallel for you guys is people crossing the border from Mexico. In the UK, our form of illegal migration comes across the English Channel from the border with France. And so migration has been a core issue, a contentious issue in UK policy for years now. And Rishi's big gambit has been to say that we will consider breaking international law and we will deport anyone we catch illegally and send them to Rwanda to be processed as asylum seekers. And then if that processing is legal, they will then come back to the UK. And if it is illegal, they will be then found to stay in Rwanda. This has been an extremely controversial policy, which many experts say may not even work. It would deport maybe 1% of those who enter the UK illegally, according to sort of think tanks who look at this migration stats.
Yeah.
And it's basically the idea being it would deter, the Conservatives say, anyone from wanting to cross.
All right.
But That's
All right, I'll leave it there just for time. Appreciate it. James Wolcock, he is the senior producer for Bloomberg Radio over in London, giving us the latest reporting on elections coming. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker. We'll look at some of the company stories we're following. Let's start out with Amazon. They reportedly plan to charge Alexa users a monthly fee when they roll out an AI-infused version of the voice assistant later this year. CNBC saying the Alexa subscription will help pay for the upgrade. Amazon previously announced plans to use generative artificial intelligence to make Alexa more conversational so it can compete better with chatbots from OpenAI and Google. They can hold human-like conversations with users. Amazon's voice software, released about a decade ago, has proved adept at summoning trivia or playing music. But if you try to use Alexa for more complicated tasks, that you often come away frustrated with. This true story, my mother made my father throw out Alexa because she thought he was spending too much time with her. She got jealous of him. I swear to God. Anyway, cannabis investors take notice. According to an analysis of national survey data over 4 decades, daily and near-daily marijuana use is now more common than similar levels of drinking in the U.S. Alcohol still more widely used, but 2022 was the first time this intensive level of marijuana use overtook high-frequency drinking. A good 40% of current cannabis users are using it daily or near daily, research based on data from the National Survey of Drug Use and Health. And presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. just bought $24,000 of GameStop shares. In a post on his X account, he says the purchase designed to show he's going to support the ape retail rebellion. The ape meme first came up during the initial GameStop runoff. And, of course, there's a conspiracy theory behind it. The conspiracy is that Hedge funds illegally manipulate the market by shorting stocks, thereby enriching themselves at the expense of the average retail investor. That's your company news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top economic, business, and finance news that you need to know through our lens of our Bloomberg analysts. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries worldwide. We also keep you updated on the news. So for that, we go to Michael Barr for world and national news. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul, John. Independence Day in the U.S. could be Election Day in the U.K. Multiple outlets, including the Guardian newspaper, are reporting Prime Minister Rishi Sunak will call a general election in July. The BBC is reporting it will happen on July 4th. And, of course, Bloomberg will carry Sunak's announcement as soon as he makes it. The NTSB will help investigate the sudden and severe turbulence that forced the emergency landing of a Singapore Airlines flight from London in Bangkok yesterday. There is at least one death and dozens of injuries. This passenger was on the flight.
Honestly, I didn't understand at all the full scale of what happened until we landed. The dents that were made in the overhead luggage compartments and all the additional kind of paneling. Heads had literally pushed through and broken those plastic panels, and there's blood.
It's believed the 73-year-old British man who died had a heart attack. In Europe, 3 countries, Norway, Ireland, and Spain, moved to formally recognize Palestine as an independent state. The White House says President Biden strongly supports a 2-state solution. However, he believes a Palestinian state should be realized through direct negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians, not through what a national security spokesperson called, quote, unilateral recognition. Israel strongly pushed back on this, recalling their ambassadors from Norway and Ireland. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
There'll be lots of deliberate discussion about what's next after the war, and after this, after peace is restored there. But I think it's premature to do that.
Some 140 countries have already recognized a Palestinian state. That's more than 2/3 of the members of the United Nations. Cars, trucks, and SUVs in the U.S. keep getting older. The study from S&P Global Mobility shows U.S. vehicles hit a record average age of 12.6 years in 2024 as people hang on to their rides largely because new ones cost so much. The average vehicle age grew about 2 months from last year's record. U.S. new vehicle selling prices last month averaged around $45,000. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
All right, thank you so much, Michael Barr. So just to re-up the breaking news, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is calling elections on July 4th. He'll be making an announcement at Downing Street at the top of the hour, so just about a few minutes' time. Bloomberg Radio will bring you that whole presser and statement as soon as it crosses. But here's something fun. I don't know, Barclays is a London bank. It's about U.S., but why not? They are weighing whether or not to require workers to come in 5 days a week. Ooh. But it's not because they want them to work hard or anything. It's because of, I guess, requirements from work from home if you're a brokerage guy.
Yeah, it seems like FINRA has announced a slate of requirements that are set to take effect in coming weeks. The latest twist in how watchdogs are adjusting to the work from home era. When the pandemic erupted and forced much of the industry to log in remotely, authorities initially loosened rules requiring firms to constantly surveil staff. In the months and years since, regulators have adopted measures to address the flexibility that firms continue to offer. One of the changes is, hey, it is in fact much easier to monitor these folks when they're physically in the office, and so that is being cited as a contributing factor here. But I mean, I think some of the banks, like Citi, have actually touted the fact that they are not back, that they do offer a hybrid model as one that is competitive for talent out there.
Interesting.
But we'll see how they will react.
Maybe it depends on the kind of businesses within the bank that we're talking about or something. I mean, apparently a survey, but this is back in early 2023, showed that only 20% of finance service companies require full-time office attendance.
Yeah, and my 20-something kids that are in the workforce, they just can't even comprehend of kind of coming in, but they're going to have to rethink
Oh my God,
yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That wraps it up for Paul and myself and John Tucker. Happy Wednesday, and again, Balance of Power, Joe Matthew is up next. We're looking forward to Prime Minister Rishi Sunak speaking in the UK. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Half of swing state voters fear violence. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as a new Bloomberg News poll out today finds increasing worry about violence following the election in November, surrounding it no matter who wins. We're going to dig into the numbers with evidence as well today of Joe Biden closing the gap in the blue wall. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson will be with us here at the table with insights. Tina Barton of the Committee on Safe and Secure Elections. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak calls a general election for the 4th of July. We're going to hear from him later on this hour as Washington rolls out the red carpet for the president of Kenya. Bloomberg's Michelle Jamrisco will have more on a new drive for Western investment in Africa. Our panel is in place. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us. Democratic analyst joined today by Republican strategist Lester Munson at BGR Group. We've got a lot to do this hour, so let's get to it. Starting, as always, on Wall Street, let's get an update on trading right now from Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey,
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got stocks struggling for direction right now ahead of NVIDIA's results after the close of trading. S&P right now down 5, little change, down less than 0.1%. We've got NASDAQ down by half a point right now, unchanged on the day. The Dow down 74, drop there of 0.2%. 10-year at 4.41% with a 2-year yielding 4.86%. Spot gold down 1.1%, 23.93 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, 77.74 for a barrel of WTI. NVIDIA earnings after the bell, that will be the big story. Matt Orton is chief market strategist at Raymond James, and on Bloomberg Television this morning, he told us it is not the only way to play artificial intelligence.
Really what I've been talking to clients about is artificial intelligence 2.0. Where else is the CapEx going to be deployed and spent going forward? In order to power these chips that NVIDIA has, you need coolants, you need heating solutions, so that's electronic equipment companies within industrial. So that's just one example of how broad this can go, and I think if you get some weakness on NVIDIA, I think it's an opportunity to add to your exposure.
And ahead of NVIDIA's earnings report, NVIDIA shares down by 0.7%. BuzzFeed shares are surging 24% after entrepreneur and former U.S. presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy reported a stake in the online media company and asked for talks with the board. Again, BuzzFeed up by 24%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 4 now, a drop there of less than 0.1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your host, here's Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, and good to see you. The Wednesday edition of Balance of Power, live from Washington. Yes, I'm Joe Matthew. We're going to be spinning a couple of plates this hour, as you've been hearing on Bloomberg Radio for the past couple of hours here. Rishi Sunak is calling a general election for the 4th of July. A breaking story today. We've got eyes on number 10 Downing right now, and he is expected to speak imminently. We'll see if he comes close to being on time. When the Prime Minister does emerge, we will bring you his comments live here on Bloomberg Radio, and it's a story that we're going to be talking about throughout the day here, trying to extend the Tories' 14-year tenure in power. It is our own election, however, that we're focused on today, with the view of our researchers putting together the new Bloomberg News Morning Consult Swing State Poll. This has become a monthly number that's telling us a lot about where we are here on the campaign trail, and some interesting takeaways, not only on the horse race, and Joe Biden might be feeling pretty good about things with some of the numbers that we're seeing, specifically Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're going to talk to Wendy Benjaminson about that, but also the headline: half of swing state voters fear violence in this country following our elections or surrounding them in November. This is a problem, not only for Democrats worried about this, Republicans are too. And Wendy joins us now with more. It's great to see you've been working on this latest poll, I know, for weeks, not only working with the people in the field, but compiling our coverage. And interesting as you choose the angles to follow up on, because there are a lot of stories that people can read about this to get to this from different ways. But the fear of violence in this country is something that's shared by both sides, and I'm not sure everybody would expect that. What did you learn?
Right. That was really very surprising for us. The horse race, which I'm sure we'll talk about shortly, is people are pretty baked in on how they feel about Biden and Trump.
Yeah.
It will be Joe Biden's job, if he wants to keep his job and Donald Trump's to take it, to work around the margins of that to get ahead by a few points here and a few points there. But what really surprised us this time was just what you said, that half of Americans fear that somehow there will be violence around the election. That is more than the number that fear misinformation through social media or fear foreign interference through things like TikTok or anything else. They really are scared of violence. And I think that's somewhat understandable, sad as it is, because you had in 2020 the sort of social justice protests linked to George Floyd's killing. We've just been through the campus protests that were about Biden's foreign policy in the Middle East. And now, and then, of course, there was completely different from those. There was January 6th, where, Trump didn't win the election. His supporters were angry and they stormed the Capitol. So, voters are sort of becoming accustomed to seeing this unrest play out in the streets around elections. Wow. And then, of course, you've got the Democratic Convention in Chicago, which, no channel is going to not be portraying, showing old newsreels of the protests that were going on the last time the Democrats met in Chicago in 1968.
Boy, the optics here before it even starts are remarkable. But if you're Joe Biden and you're waking up to this poll today, you are seeing some glimmers of hope.
Absolutely.
And by that, I mean, we're not losing by a lot.
Right.
If you're the campaign, you can't say that Joe Biden has taken the lead here in the states that matter. But we've isolated 7 swing states, 3 of them part of this blue wall that we talk about. And Joe Biden seems to be holding the line.
He does. In fact, the edge in April that Trump held was 6 points. It's now 4 points. That is a slight statistical shift toward Biden's favor. And along with that, we found sort of deep in the poll that when we asked people, have you seen, read, or heard anything about Biden, Trump, all these other people, in the last month, many people, 65%, said they had seen negative news about Trump related to his trial. When you asked them, what did you read? It was all about Trump's trial. And so that was having an impact that seems to have shifted the balance a little bit in Biden's favor. I think when the jury comes back, and there's no violence around the verdict either way, God forbid, if he is convicted, I think that will move the horse race even further, because there will be people, except for his really diehard MAGA base, that may think twice about voting for a convicted felon.
The headline here, 48% to 44%. That's when you put all of these states together.
Right. Yeah.
It's outside of the margin. You could say that if the election were held today, Donald Trump would win.
Yes, that's true. If the election were right now, and the poll is right, when polls also, need to be taken.
Incredibly close.
And
that's what both sides fear, isn't
it? And that's why as soon as the trial is over and you're seeing Biden, they are going to spend all this time in those blue wall states. That is the old steel belt, rust belt of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, states that often swing back and forth. Hillary Clinton made the politically fatal error of not paying attention to those states when she first ran against Donald Trump. And because they have a union workers base, because they are industrial, because there's a lot of people there in blue-collar jobs, she ignored them at her peril, as we know. And Biden is spending a tremendous amount of time there.
Yes, and I'm assuming that's going to continue. I mean, if you're the campaign, and you look at this, and by the way, the incredible consistency in these numbers since we started this, 6 months ago now? It's been going on for a minute. Right. You could pretty much make your travel plans for the rest of the campaign based on this. Why even fool around in half of the so-called swing states when there are 3 that matter most?
Well, you'll probably see Biden not do that. However, If he were to campaign in Nevada and Arizona, he could shore up his support with Latino voters. He could shore up his positions on the border, which would translate to other states. Donald Trump needs to spend some time in Georgia and North Carolina, where his base is, is larger, and he could shore up time there, even though he's already ahead, because you never know what's going to happen. And in a state like Georgia, I should say, you have Atlanta, which is a very Democratic city and probably favors Biden. And then there's the rest of the state, which Marjorie Taylor Greene represents part of.
Yes, right. Just curious, before you leave us, when will we be in the field when the verdict is announced?
We're talking about that now. We're hoping that the next poll will be after the verdict.
So we'll have a good snapshot.
We'll have a really good snapshot.
That's what we're talking about next time.
Exactly.
It's a Bloomberg News poll. Thank you. Of course, Wendy Benjaminson joins us on the regular here on this program, but specific to this project is something that Wendy puts a lot of time into and one that we look forward to every month. Little did we know we'd be talking about fears of violence this morning. Well, little did I know. Wendy knew about it because they were in the field learning about this, talking to thousands of people. And when you drill down on these numbers, it's pretty hard to deny what we're talking about here because, yes, it's equal shares of Democrats and Republicans who hold this fear. Violence surrounding the election doesn't just mean the night and the day after, by the way. We're going to have ample opportunity, and as Wendy reminded us, that could start around convention time. Just think of what we could all witness together when we go to Chicago for the Democratic convention. This is where Tina Barton comes in. We're looking forward to this conversation and the work that she's doing at the Committee on Safe and Secure Elections. Tina's the vice chair and joins us at the table now on Bloomberg. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming in to talk to us on Bloomberg.
I appreciate it.
This is specifically your charge. I wonder what someone like your professional who's concerned about secure elections thinks when they hear a headline like this. Half the country thinks violence is going to break out.
Well, actually, your recent poll is in line with a poll that the Brennan Center just did also, where 63% of election officials in our country are concerned that there will be some sort of political violence or someone of political nature might try to interfere in the 2024 election cycle.
Yeah.
So, I mean, your numbers, the Brennan Center's numbers are lining up. It's what we're concerned about.
Well, of course, election workers, elections officials have reason to feel that way because they've been targeted, haven't they? When you start looking at the general populace and you think, my goodness, does this become a self-fulfilling prophecy?
I think that we, too, have made a concerted effort to let the public know that this is something that is actually going on with the election administrators, the threats that they're receiving. I think it's also like the political culture that we're in right now. You can feel the emotion rising, the divisiveness growing. And so I think that most Americans, whether they're administrators or whether they're constituents, are concerned about political violence.
So let's get real for a minute here. We've got Republicans and Democrats, and Wendy Benjaminson was smart to remind us that, look, we're all witnessing the same stuff. And it becomes more of an association maybe than an expectation. Say, well, they're doing elections again. We're going to start seeing some violence break out here. We're the Proud Boys. But I'd come back around. Are you surprised to see that Republicans are also fearing violence, knowing that January 6th has a lot to do with the way people are viewing things here now?
I think what we've seen with the threats that we've seen to election officials in our country, over nearly 40% of the election administrators recently polled said that they have been threatened, harassed, or abused.
Wow.
We have seen that go across the board. It's the spectrum, whether they're Republican or Democrat. We've seen swatting that is taking place. It's taking place to Democrat and Republican officials in our country. So this is something that has gone on both sides of the party lines, that they're not particularly focusing on one.
Tina Barton, I'm sorry to interrupt our conversation here, but we need to go live to number 10 Downing right now. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is speaking live on Bloomberg. Let's listen.
I stood behind one of the podiums upstairs in the building behind me. I told you that we faced a generation-defining moment and that we as a society would not be judged by some government action, but by the small acts of kindness that we showed one another. You met that challenge, and then some, and I have never been prouder to be British. And when I introduced the furlough scheme, I did so not because I saw a country simply in need of desperate help, albeit we were, but because I saw a country whose future hung in the balance. I could be bold and trust in the tens of millions of you at home that you would rise to the moment, or I could accept the inevitable millions of job losses and pick up the pieces. In truth, it was no choice at all. I have never and will never leave the people of this country to face the darkest of days alone. And you know that because you've seen it. As I did then, I will forever do everything in my power to provide you with the strongest possible protection I can. That is my promise to you. Because for so many of us, it's easy to forget the scale of what we've been through. We were hit by a pandemic that upended normal life. Who would have thought that the government would ever tell us how many times a day we could leave our homes? Then, just as we were recovering from COVID, war returned to Europe, with Putin's invasion of Ukraine sending your energy bills spiraling. I came to office, above all, to restore economic stability. Economic stability is the bedrock of any future success, whether that is rising wages and good jobs, investment in our public services, or the defense of the country. And because of our collective sacrifice and your hard work, we have reached 2 major milestones in delivering that stability, showing that when we work together, anything is possible. Our economy is now growing faster than anyone predicted, outpacing Germany, France, and the United States. And this morning it was confirmed that inflation is back to normal. This means that the pressure on prices will ease and mortgage rates will come down. This is proof that the plan and priorities I set out are working. I recognise that it has not always been easy. Some of you will only just be starting to feel the benefits, and for some, it might still be hard when you look at your bank balance. But this hard-earned economic stability was only ever meant to be the beginning. The question now is how, and who do you trust to turn that foundation into a secure future for you, your family, and our country? Now is the moment for Britain to choose its future, to decide whether we want to build on the progress we have made or risk going back to square one with no plan and no certainty. Earlier today, I spoke with His Majesty the King to request the dissolution of Parliament. The King has granted this request, and we will have a general election on the 4th of July. This election will take place at a time when the world is more dangerous than it has been since the end of the Cold War. Putin's Russia is waging a brutal war in Ukraine and will not stop there if he succeeds. That war has also made it all too clear the risk to our energy security. In the Middle East, the forces of Islamist extremism threaten regional and ultimately global stability. These tensions are exploited by extremists who seek to undermine our values and divide our society here at home. China is looking to dominate the 21st century by stealing a lead in technology. And migration is being weaponized by hostile states to threaten the integrity of our borders. And these uncertain times call for a clear plan and bold action to chart a course to a secure future. You must choose in this election who has that plan, who is prepared to take the bold action necessary to secure a better future for our country and our children. Now, I cannot and will not claim that we have got everything right. No government should. But I am proud of what we have achieved together, the bold actions we have taken, and I'm confident about what we can do in the future. We've tackled inflation, controlled debt, cut workers' taxes, and increased the state pension by £900. We've reduced taxes on investment and seized the opportunities of Brexit to make this the best country in the world to grow a business. Put record amounts of funding into our NHS and ensured it is now training the doctors and nurses it needs in the decades to come. We've reformed education, and our children are now the best readers in the Western world. We prioritised energy security and your family finances over environmental dogma in our approach to net zero. We fully funded an increase in defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. We made a decision to invest more in local transport that you actually use, rather than endlessly plough more money into HS2. We set out a comprehensive plan to reform our welfare system, to make it fair for those who pay for it as well as those who need it. Immigration is finally coming down, and we are stopping the boats with our Rwanda partnership. And we will ensure that the next generation grows up smoke-free. I hope that my work since I became Prime Minister shows that we have a plan and are prepared to take bold action necessary for our country to flourish. Now, I've stuck with that plan and always been honest with you about what is needed, even when that's been difficult. Because I'm guided by doing what is right for our country, not what is easy. And I can't say the same thing for the Labour Party, because I don't know what they offer. And in truth, I don't think you know either. And that's because they have no plan. There is no bold action. And as a result, the future can only be uncertain with them. On the 5th of July, either Keir Starmer or I will be Prime Minister. He has shown time and time again that he will take the easy way out and do anything to get power. If he was happy to abandon all the promises he made to become Labour leader once he got the job, how can you know that he won't do exactly the same thing if he were to become Prime Minister? If you don't have the conviction to stick to anything you say, if you don't have the courage to tell people what you want to do, and if you don't have a plan, how can you possibly be trusted to lead our country, especially at this most uncertain of times? Over the next few weeks, I will fight for every vote. I will earn your trust, and I will prove to you that only a Conservative government led by me will not put our hard-earned economic stability at risk, can restore pride and confidence in our country, and with a clear plan and bold action, will deliver a secure future for you, your family, and our United Kingdom.
There you have the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, speaking live on Bloomberg and confirming what we were already reporting here on Bloomberg Radio today. The 4th of July, there will be elections held, as just made clear by Sunak, trying to extend the Tories' 14-year tenure in power. We brought you his remarks live and unfiltered, with clearly an interesting crowd there waiting for him outside number 10 Downing with music blasting as he was trying to speak. I'm glad to say that Anna Edwards is joining us now with this breaking news, now official. Bloomberg TV anchor, of course, an acting London bureau chief, just the person we need to speak with now. Anna, it's great to have you. Why does Rishi Sunak think there's benefit in going early here on the 4th of July?
Yeah, hi, Joe. Yes, so on the 4th of July, when you're going to be busy doing other things and your minds might be elsewhere, here in the UK, we'll be going to the polls then to vote. So we knew that the election was going to come at some point before, well, it had to be called before late December, and we knew it would happen before January of next year. The timing, different systems, different sides of the Atlantic, but the timing was always the question. And now we have the answer. 4th of July is when he's decided to call this election for. And he did have the power. He could have waited. So he always was saying that this was his decision to take, and he would call it. And just this morning, he was very clearly saying it was going to be in the second half of the year. And so I guess he's met his own criteria. This is just in the second half of the year.
Party has been in government since the coalition government has been in control since the coalition government of 2010. That's a pretty remarkable stretch. What are the issues that are going to decide this election? Is it all about the economy? What should our American audience be looking at to understand the dynamics here?
That's an interesting one. I was just having that conversation with a business leader here in the UK, and we were debating whether it is really the economy. And you can find plenty of instances where it hasn't actually been the economy over recent times. You could go back to 97 when Labour won with a landslide victory, and that was the last time that the Labour Party started in government. Of course, they went from 97 to 2010, and then it wasn't particularly about the economy. It was about disappointment with the Conservative Party, and lots of people will draw parallels there. And there's a really fascinating parallel you can draw. I was listening to your the feed that you were playing on Bloomberg Radio just then, but for many people in the UK tuning in on sort of domestic media, they were getting a slightly different feed, which had a lot of that crowd noise you were referencing, and the song that was being played in the background there, really significant, because that is the widely considered to be the Labour Party's victory song from 1997. It's by Dee Ream. It's Things Can Only Get Better. The message was very clear, clearly attached to the Labour Party in 1997, and it heralded this whole the new Labour movement, if you like, and a lot of the cool Britannia that many people like to think went along with that. And so I suppose those people in the background there of Sunak's speech on Downing Street in Westminster, trying to draw parallels with history with 1997.
Fascinating. Oh, I love the color here. This is great. What does the campaign look like we're actually trying to still figure out what our campaign is going to look like here with the former president in court and a sitting president who's technically never done this before because last time was in the throes of a pandemic. Does it come with the traditional trappings of a campaign this time?
Yes, it's quite short by American standards, as you can tell from the date.
Sure
so
is.
July 4th, not that far away. We have to get to a place where Parliament is dissolved first, and that is likely then likely to happen in early June. That means that all of the legislative things that were going to happen from here on in this Parliament are kind of abandoned, or at least some of them are rushed through, and many end up being abandoned. And then you move from that into the campaign into the campaign proper, I suppose, but that's only 25 days then from that period until the election takes place, so 4th of July. But yeah, it will be a frenzied period of both sides trying to put their point across. We already got a clue as to the line of attack that we'll hear from Rishi Sunak, and it's always been what they've been saying about the Labour Party. You know, it's easy to harp from the sidelines, but what do you really stand for? That will be the allegation there, and the Labour Party will be saying that the country is tired of the Conservative government going back to, in coalition at least, to 2010.
When does the promise of a tax cut emerge between now and the 4th of July?
Yeah, these things do tend to go hand in hand, don't they? Well, I mean, we were waiting, actually. One of the reasons why we thought that the government might not call the election quite so soon and it might come later was that there was talk of there being space for one more fiscal event where you could give another tax cut, and we've seen the Conservative government try to prioritise this, even though debt levels are at levels that tax levels are at levels we haven't seen since the 1960s. They've been making a lot of effort to try and bring those down, even at the edges, just in recent fiscal events. And we thought that perhaps they'd get another chance to do that in the fall, in the autumn. That seems as if, maybe that was looking a little further to reach. And so if you're not waiting for that, what are you waiting for? And maybe that's been part of the calculus here. But it won't be necessarily tax cuts that the Labour Party is going to be talking about. There's a big conversation here about how you fix public services so affected by the pandemic, the National Health Service and schools and all the rest. But that will be part of the campaign as well.
Fascinating. This is going to be really interesting to watch. Did we just get a preview? Is that a snapshot, or is that the actual stump speech for Rishi Sunak?
Well, there'll be plenty of them. He'll tour the country. The jacket will be off. The sleeves will be rolled up. It'll be all those set piece events that I'm sure you're used to stateside as well. I mean, he'll be hoping for slightly better weather for the rest of it, because also if we were on radio and if you could see the images of Rishi Sunak standing in Downing Street, being pelted by rain as the music of his political rival is played in the background, he'll be hoping that that narrative looks a little different, I suppose, on some of the days as we head into the election.
Yeah, interesting optics. At first glance, it looked like a shark skin suit, but then you realize he's soaking wet. Anna Edwards, I'm so glad you could join us. Many thanks for jumping on the line here. Bloomberg TV anchor, acting London bureau chief, as Rishi Sunak makes it official. The 4th of July. We're going to have a lot to talk about, I guess, on the 4th here. And really interesting, the music that we were hearing, as Anna just made clear. The song Things Can Only Get Better, a labor anthem, not an accident. We were hearing that as the rain came down. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Balance of Power. We thought we'd be talking U.S. elections, and while we've touched on them here, we're going to get back to that a little bit later on with our panel and coming up as well. This is a big day in the city. The president of Kenya is here, getting the red carpet treatment on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. We'll talk about that next with Michelle Jamrisco from Bloomberg. First, though, let's see what's happening on Wall Street. An update on trading right now from our friend in New York, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Here's what's going on. We are looking at a down day on the S&P. Little change right now. The Dow lower as well, down by about 0.1%. NASDAQ higher, up 5. Little change there as well. The pound holding steady, 127.43 on sterling. FTSE 100 index down 0.5%. This ahead of Sunak's announcement about early elections. 10-year yield right now, 4.41%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.86%. Spot gold down 1.2%, 23.91 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 78.05 a barrel. Target shares are plunging today. Target shares moving lower. Right now we got Target down by 7.2%. Target tumbling the most since November 2022 after the retailer sounded a note of caution about discretionary spending over coming months amid its turnaround efforts. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks trading mix. The Dow, the S&P both lower right now. We've got NASDAQ holding on to a gain of 6 points. Balance of Power continues now with Joe Matthew. And once again, let's go back to Washington. Here's Joe.
I appreciate that. Charlie Pellet, thanks for the check on the markets, and we'll get back to Charlie a little bit later on this hour to see how things are looking. We're spinning a couple plates, as I mentioned today. Having just heard from Rishi Sunak live in London, it's a big, I guess, geopolitical hour for us here, because in Washington, it's all about Kenya today, among other things, but a very important state visit from the president of Kenya, William Ruto, and he's getting the treatment on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, as I mentioned, a meeting today with the speaker. They're holding a little joint news conference up there. And then, of course, it's the meeting at the White House later on today. He'll be there right around the closing bell to meet with some stakeholders, or so he hopes, in terms of Western investment in Kenya and throughout Africa, for that matter. Fortune 500 executives will be at the White House to meet with Ruto today, and then it's the big state dinner tomorrow night. So it's full trappings, getting the full treatment here. This is something that not every leader gets when they visit the administration, but clearly something that the Biden administration is leaning into with the global South in mind. There's a very important element to this story that only Michelle Jamrisco can bring to us in the way that she does here at Bloomberg, because that's her specialty, having reported from Asia for years, back in Washington now with a really important view on things. Michelle, it's great to see you.
Thank you,
How much does China have to do with everything that we're seeing here in Washington tied to Kenya?
Well, certainly hovering in the background, Joe, as much as the U.S. will try to promote a range of other issues that are on the agenda this week, and certainly are, that is certainly on the minds of U.S. officials as they're trying to appeal to Kenya, trying to build up this sort of regional diplomacy, this partnership with Kenya along economic and security lines. And this all happening in the face of a rising Chinese and Russian influence on the continent. So there's a lot at stake here, a lot at play, where they're trying to appeal from both of those perspectives, economic and security, and really try to, push back on what they say is an unlikely, unfavorable alternative in doing dealings with China and Russia.
Well, so the U.S. has a story to tell, and we're trying to, I guess maybe rebuild our presence or regain influence across the continent. Countries like Kenya, who have seen the investment from Belt and Road, have their own story to tell. Has that failed?
Well, there's decades of
they have a lot
Chinese
of debt
influence.
to show for it.
Yes,
right?
for sure. There's infrastructure, there's debt issues. I think what you're seeing from the U.S. and what you'll see today and tomorrow is a push to try to provide that viable alternative, to say, hey, we want to help you with your debt and your sustainable finance. We want to help you with other opportunities for investment. So you'll often hear from the U.S. officials, they recognize this cry from Kenya, from other global South countries, from countries across Africa, that they don't want to be forced to choose between the U.S. and China or U.S. and Russia, that they want to do business with countries that are offering a good deal. And the U.S. doesn't perceive it that way, but they say, African leaders should have agency in those decisions. We're providing a viable alternative. We want to be that favored partner instead of China or Russia. And that's a message, by the way, that came out in a strategy document toward the African continent writ large in August 2022. And, by some measures, the administration has caught criticism for not living up to those sorts of promises. And of course, Biden's pledged visit to Africa that didn't happen last year. But they are trying to push that message. Like, it is your decision. We want to offer this investment, these viable alternatives. What the others, e.g. China and Russia, are offering doesn't work and is not going to be good for you.
Are we going to help them somehow pay off this debt, or is it about generating investment to grow their economy so they can pay it off on their own?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. We'll have to see what they come up with. I know that's a topic of discussion, of course, among officials leading up to this visit, and of course today and tomorrow. So we'll have to see what those sort of viable alternatives in the debt space will have to be.
Yeah, fascinating. You mentioned the meeting today. When Joe Biden is alone with William Ruto at some point, and they're bilateral, they're in the Oval Office, he's going to have to address the visit. Right? Are we going to get an announcement, do you think? He's the first Democratic president to not visit Africa, I read this morning, since Lyndon Johnson? That's
there's
quite a statistic.
There's a lot of superlatives.
He said he'd go
around.
in his first year, right?
Yeah, I don't want to make predictions based on what we think might happen.
Of course
for
not.
His
But it's my job to try to force
Exactly. I mean, what we've heard from the White House to this point is that yes, Biden didn't go last year. They're not denying that. They're not trying to rewrite history. But they did have a cadre of cabinet level officials. They had the First Lady and the Vice President take swings through Africa, including the First Lady to Kenya. So I think it's a hard calendar item to slot in the months ahead for sure.
He's got a few things going on.
But I wouldn't gamble a guess at when they might announce.
Yeah, you just know Joe Biden. He just wants to say it though, right? And then the communications and the travel staff say, "What?" At some point, we didn't know he was going to do that today.
That may have been the problem the first time around.
Well, yeah, this is how diplomacy works sometimes in the heat of the moment. You're going to be there for the news conference tomorrow.
Yes.
If the White House knows what it's doing, it will call on Michelle Jamrisco. Great to see you, as always, reporting at the White House here from Bloomberg in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for being with us on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. We'll assemble our panel next. Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson are on the way in with a lot to talk about here on a Wednesday in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. NVIDIA after the bell. NVIDIA price for perfection. Shares are trading lower ahead of the report, down 0.3%. The Dow, the S&P, they are both in the red. Right now we've got NASDAQ holding on to a gain barely, up less than 0.1%. A little changed, up now by 2 points. S&P down a point, down less than 0.1%. The Dow also flat on the day, down less than 0.1%. 10-year right now, 4.41%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.86%. Spot gold is trading lower right now. We've got gold down 1.2%, $23.92 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, $78.18 for a barrel of WTI. Sterling 127.45 right now, and industry data in the U.S. shows home resales tanked again, dropping for the second month in a row. With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
April's decline adds to evidence that the resale market is struggling with near record home prices, tight inventory, and mortgage rates topping 7%. The median sales price neared $408,000, a record for the month of April. Existing home sales account for the majority of U.S. dwellings and are calculated when a contract closes. On Thursday, the government is scheduled to issue data on April new home sales. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Intercontinental Exchange, which owns the New York Stock Exchange, has agreed to pay $10 million to settle SEC allegations that the exchange giant failed to immediately tell the SEC about a hack of its systems in 2021. Shares of ICE Intercontinental down now by 0.1%. Recapping little movement in U.S. stocks ahead of the NVIDIA report after the close of trading. Yes, complete coverage on Bloomberg Radio and television. S&P down now by 1 point. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here's your host, Joe Matthew.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet, reminding us once again, this is one of those nights when NVIDIA hits after the bell. Up there on Lexington Avenue in New York, the building will shake. We'll hear more about NVIDIA results and, of course, the post-market reaction later on here, you better believe, with full coverage on Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite and on YouTube. As we return to our Bloomberg News poll today, before Rishi Sunak started talking, our top story, with the latest snapshot on the road to the White House. And we're going to talk about the horse race, the blue wall, who's up 2, who's down 1, with 6 months to go. But it's some of the other headlines that are really compelling me in this latest batch of research that we did with our partners at Morning Consult. Remembering 7 swing states that are going to decide the election. We're not spending time looking at all 50 because we can tell you pretty much how all of those are going to end. And you can narrow that even more to 3 blue wall states that Joe Biden is trying to hold the line in. But to learn that, you know what? Democrat and Republican voters share a lot of the same worries. That's what comes out to me here in this poll. Look at this headline. We talked about it earlier. Half of swing state voters fear violence around the U.S. election in this country. That's equal share, Democrats and Republicans. Fear violence breaking out, going through the conventions and up to the election itself. You know what else they're worried about? AI. Swing state voters worry AI will limit privacy and replace them in their jobs. These are real-life worries that everybody shares. It doesn't matter what political stripes you have. And it brings us closer to understanding what's motivating people beyond these broad headlines on the so-called economy and the border and abortion that we're told will decide the election. Let's assemble our panel, because I'm deeply curious to hear what Jeannie and Lester have in mind. Jeannie Shanzano, of course, Democratic analyst, Bloomberg Politics contributor, now as well senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And our friend Lester Munson is back, Republican strategist, principal at BGR Group. It's great to see both of you. Jeannie, you're the pollster in the mix here, and I wonder your thoughts on these fears shared by equal numbers of Democrats and Republicans, beginning with violence, which is something that we could, in fact, be talking about again in this cycle.
Yeah, that's right. First of all, Joe, can I just say I was listening to your coverage of Rishi Sunak, and boy, oh boy, 5 weeks until their election. How long have we been at this in the U.S.? Like, it feels like
God
years. They hear they're going in 5 weeks. It's just remarkable. You know, this Me too. Well, I like it, but me too in a way. It is not surprising that people share this fear. I mean, it was just yesterday that we were talking about Donald Trump's campaign having 18 hours, a video posted on their campaign website with phrases evoking Nazi slogans. We are a people who have lived through George Floyd. We've lived through the campus protests, which continue, and also, of course, January 6th. And we know, of course, that there has been concern among election administrators going back several cycles who have been threatened with violence. So, the idea that people would be fearful about this is not surprising, but it's really important. And it is really frustrating that we haven't been able to have leaders who have assured them that violence is never the answer. And that's really where leadership comes in, and we don't hear that enough.
There was quite a stark reaction from Joe Biden. I just mentioned this because Jeannie's referring to this Reich post that was late to come down on the Truth Social for Donald Trump. And I asked Jeannie at this time yesterday if Joe Biden should refer to it. So let's close the loop on this. Quote, "That's not the language of any Americans. It's the language of Hitler's Germany," Joe Biden told donors last night in Boston. And of course, people were recording. He says the threat that Trump poses is greater in the second term than it was in the first. But Lester, the poll says very clearly here that Republicans are just as worried about violence as Democrats. How do you square that?
Well, I think, first of all, I totally agree with Jeannie. We need real leadership on both sides, frankly. I'd be on the margins a little bit more critical of the Republicans, not just because of the Nazi thing yesterday, but because of January 6th and the actual presidential candidate seeming to support, more than rhetorical means to address political issues. But it's really both parties need to clean up their act. Frankly, I think a lot of people are worried about what's going to happen at the conventions this summer. The Republicans in July and the Democrats in August. If I were, a Chicagoan, which I kind of am, I'd be a little concerned about what's going to happen in my hometown in August when these campus protesters presumably won't have school to interrupt anymore, and they're going to go and try and make some noise at a political convention.
Well, I'll tell you what, maybe that's all it will be, and nothing more than that. I know that the Secret Service, Jeannie, is having some very real conversations right now with the RNC and the DNC about where the security perimeter should be and how all of this is going to work out. But you do wonder if the fear of violence, as I asked earlier, could become a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is a very strong association that half of Americans apparently now have with U.S. elections. It's incredible.
It is, and as you mentioned, and rightly so, it is across the board. This is a bipartisan fear, and the reality is that it only takes one person or a small group to engage in violence. And it is that kind of feeling of insecurity that so many of us have. And it runs through all of our discourse. It runs through our social media. We've lost a lot of collegiality in American politics. I mean, just look at how members of a House committee are speaking to each other as they debate something important. Look at how potential vice presidential running mates for Donald Trump are going on Sunday shows and cannot promise to abide by the results. And of course, it's not just Republicans. Democrats election cycles ago questioned the veracity of election results. So this is something that has been coming for a long time. And that is why, again, we desperately need leadership on both sides, and not just politically, in the media, education, and elsewhere, to say that this is never the answer and we have to trust our institutions to pull us through. But we don't get enough of that. We get a lot more conspiracy theory and questions about who's in charge.
Well, I'd like to ask you both about where this race lies right now. With all of this said, this is the noise in the air. In some cases, we have new numbers on the 7 swing states that will decide this election. And the fact of the matter is Donald Trump is leading in an aggregate across polling in these 7 states. He leads Joe Biden 48 to 44%. But when you look under the hood and you consider the various paths potentially to victory here, the news isn't bad for Joe Biden this time, or it's not as bad, Lester. Let's put it that way. He's up 1 in Michigan. Of course, that's well within any realistic margin. But he's also down by only 1 in Wisconsin, down by 2 in Pennsylvania. If he can manage these 3 states, the so-called blue wall states, it's argued that the others may not matter, depending on how the electoral results fall here. Are you smiling if you're Joe Biden today, or if you're Donald Trump, knowing that you could still likely win this election?
Look, Joe, I don't think this is good news for Joe Biden. His opponent is in a courtroom, or at least has been in a courtroom pretty much every day, unable to do the things that he probably really wants to do on the campaign trail. And Joe Biden is behind. He's behind the guy who was effectively the instigator of January 6th, this horrible event of just 3 years ago. It's stunning to me that Joe Biden is behind. I think this should be a wake-up call for Democrats. Whatever you're doing is not working. I think the idea you're going to thread the needle here with these 3 blue wall states is that's more of a strategy of hope than anything. Changes have to be made to get Biden into a much more competitive position. I don't think this is good for him at all.
Wasn't the strategy of hope part of the Clinton campaign, Jeannie? I'm trying to remember. But your reaction to what Lester said. Donald Trump is in court every day. There's been some tough news on him. He just beat Joe Biden in fundraising for the first time this cycle. What does the map like this tell you now?
With Lester, and Lester, let me tell you, I'm incredibly scared and frightened. So if that matters at all, I am not feeling optimistic. I would not if I was the Biden campaign. One thing about these numbers is they are remarkably consistent. And Joe, you just mentioned rightly so, the fundraising issue, if small donors are starting not to open up for Joe Biden, this is a big, big problem. Again, we don't know for certain if that's going to be a pattern or just a one-time thing. But the reality is Joe Biden has raised enormous questions in the minds of voters, young and old, Democrats and Republicans. The speech and the language from yesterday alone, questions about whether he is competent to speak publicly when he's making those flubs, and against somebody who just in the last 24 hours not only has a campaign posting Hitler Nazi propaganda, but also is talking about potentially restricting contraception and then walking that back. So you put these together. If Joe Biden was as strong as he should be, given his record, which is strong, he would be running away with this thing, and he is not. So it is an enormous concern at this point and should be for all Democrats.
Spending time with our great panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson. I started, Lester, by talking about these shared worries, bipartisan shared worries. One is violence, the other is AI. I just really am taken by this. Half of voters we're talking about here, more than half of voters in the 7 battleground states, predict a negative impact from AI on privacy. Nearly half see a future negative impact on jobs. This is about confidence. People think someone's coming to get their job apparently all the time. And if it's not an immigrant, apparently it's now artificial intelligence. Is this not sounding the alarm for politicians to start getting their arms around this technology and start talking about it openly now?
Well, I think, policymakers should be looking at AI. They are. I'm not sure there's a consensus about exactly how to approach it yet. But, this is a time of change. AI is both a threat, but it's even more of an opportunity economically for this country. We need to be leading. We, the United States, need to be leading in AI and not following. We certainly can't be following China. So we have to find a way to embrace the opportunities of AI, which at the end of the day are going to expand our economy, not shrink our economy. And there should be more opportunities for people, even in the most mundane of jobs, to thrive in this kind of situation. Should make our lives easier. So I hope politicians, in addition to sounding the alarm, are also sounding, the klaxon call of opportunity here and saying,
okay, yeah,
we don't want to close options while we're trying to put our arms around this thing.
That's a great answer, though. I mean, you've got to say something is the point, Jeannie. Does Joe Biden need to start talking about this openly? Because he loves talking about jobs. How about a robot will not take your job as long as I'm president?
Yeah, you know, my favorite statistic on AI used to be that people thought that AI was going to take other people's jobs, but, you know, your personal job was too tough for it. I don't know if this is a sign that that is changing. Although, Joe Matthew, I'm sure that your job is safe because no AI can do this job.
I think you know better.
You know, I do think it's important. We are, you know, dealing with this in education, for instance. But as Lester just said, there's enormous opportunity with AI as well. But you've got to help prepare people for what is coming ahead. And I do think it's not just the politicians, but educators as well. And that we really need investment on that end to help our young people and all our people in the workforce transform as the world transforms, because there is a lot of opportunity on the back end of this if we help people move in that direction.
A lot of ifs there, and a clarion call to the lawmakers listening to this program. Jeannie and Lester know what they're talking about. We'll have more with our panel coming up in hour 2 as we also bring Kaylee Lyons into the conversation. We'll have a live report from London coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
the world of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Rishi Sunak calls it general election for the 4th of July. Welcome to the fastest show in politics with breaking news on both sides of the Atlantic today in the world of politics. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. And Kaylee, it seems the Prime Minister thought earlier was better.
Yeah, we thought that the UK might have an election in the fall. Not so. It will happen in July, just about 6 weeks from now. An announcement that caught many by surprise today on both sides of the pond. And certainly that is the case for our wonderful Bloomberg team who is standing by, including Lizzie Burden, who is outside 10 Downing Street right now as we speak. After just in the last hour, we heard from Rishi Sunak himself calling for this election on the 4th of July. Lizzie, why now?
Well, Kaylee, you know we Brits like to talk about the weather, but you'll have to excuse me. I'm going to have to do it. Rishi Sunak came out in one of his expensive suits and it got soaked. I'm sure he can afford another. Why has he chosen July? Well, it's no coincidence that UK inflation was announced as having fallen to 2.3% in April today, this morning. And Rishi Sunak says that's back to normal, near enough for him to the Bank of England's 2% target. So he wants to present to the nation that the economy has turned a corner under his watch. But it's not just monetary reasons, it's also fiscal. Recent public finance data and warnings from the IMF suggest that any hope of tax cuts in an autumn budget wouldn't really be possible because they might not have the wriggle room. And just finally, political reasons. They want to make immigration front and centre of this campaign. They might have been able to send a flight to Rwanda with asylum seekers on board by that date. So this election on July the 4th could be a very, very different one from the one in 2019, the last one here in the UK. This won't be about Brexit. It'll be about health, immigration and the economy.
Pretty incredible when you consider the timeline here, Lizzie. We're in the process of covering the longest presidential election, the general election, in modern American history. How do you compress a campaign into 5 to 6 weeks and deliver a message? What will this look like for him?
Well, the whole time Rishi Sunak's been in number 10 Downing Street, he's been campaigning on the economy. His top priority was to halve inflation by the end of last year. It happened, and now inflation is at 2.3%. But really, can he take credit for that when it's the Bank of England's job to reduce inflation, really, as we know? But look, Rishi Sunak has also been campaigning on immigration and the NHS. But at the moment, things aren't looking so good on those two factors. In the healthcare, for example, look at NHS waiting lists, part of the reason for the economic inactivity problem here in the UK, which factors back into inflation. But the poll gap between the ruling Conservatives and the Labour Party just has not been shrinking. So he's not naturally a risk taker, but he's decided to roll the dice and call an election earlier than everybody in Westminster really had expected. Most had thought it would be autumn.
Well, Lizzie, as you mentioned the Labour Party and how, in fact, they are leading substantially in the polls, it's been 14 years since they were in power. The Conservatives have been in power since 2010. Just how great of a change could this bring to the UK, assuming that the polls are right and Keir Starmer replaces Rishi Sunak?
Well, Keir Starmer made his own speech following Rishi Sunak's, and he's keen to emphasise not just the change that he could deliver from Rishi Sunak, but also from his predecessor as the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. He presents that he's made a huge turnaround within the party on anti-Semitism, but he also presents that he could provide stability, unlike the instability that we've seen in the Conservative Party. We've had Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, and now Rishi Sunak since the 2019 election. And I have to say, I've been to both the party conferences from Labour and the Conservatives over recent years. And over that time, business has seen the value in the Labour Party, and they have been flocking to pitch what they want to who the polls suggest are going to be the next government.
Bloomberg's Lizzie Burden outside number 10 Downing. Lizzie, thank you so much for joining us with breaking news today. This just emerged in the last couple of hours, Kaylee, and pretty remarkable. They're going to be off and running already on a 5 to 6 week sprint that we'll, of course, be covering right here on Balance of Power, with our other top story today being the new Bloomberg News Morning Consult Swing State Poll. Numbers hit this morning, bringing potentially good and bad news to Joe Biden. The fact of the matter is Joe Biden, Kaylee, still trails Donald Trump by 4 percentage points when you look at our numbers from across the 7 states that we've identified. But when it comes to the blue wall, there might be some glimmers of hope, and we don't want to mischaracterize this. If the election were held today, according to our poll, Donald Trump would win.
Yeah, of course, Joe Biden will very likely need the blue wall if he would like to win. Those are the states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. In all of those, Biden and Trump are separated by no more than 2 percentage points. So it is incredibly close, and that's just another thing that speaks to how turnout ultimately is going to be so consequential in this election.
We're going to get to the horse race now with Eli Yoakley, with our partners at Morning Consult, but also some fascinating revelations here to learn that equal shares of Democrats and Republicans both fear violence around the election, both fear the impact of artificial intelligence. And it's interesting when you consider some of the things we have in common on both sides of the aisle. Eli, thank you for joining us on this poll day. Let's start with the horse race. Should Joe Biden be smiling, looking at these numbers, knowing that Donald Trump has been stuck in a courtroom for the balance of this poll?
I'm not sure that either candidate should be smiling at this point. These are very close contests across the swing state map. Now, the one thing that might make the president smile a bit is the fact that since the winter, he has seen his support improve a bit as voters have come off the sidelines. But look, I mean, he's still underwater in most of these states. He's tied in Nevada. He's up by just a hair in Michigan. But if the election were held today, Joe Biden would be in a really tough spot.
Yeah, he would. And of course, to your point, though, Eli, where we are seeing some improvement in certain states, including some improvement in the Sun Belt for Joe Biden, how much can we draw a line to that improvement on Biden's part, or perhaps it is Trump that is falling back rather than Biden moving forward? How much can we attribute to the trial that Joe just mentioned, the idea that he has been stuck in a courtroom? Does the poll give any indication?
I'm not sure the trial has really moved a lot of minds on this contest yet. I think the bigger deal in this race was Super Tuesday and State of the Union week. I mean, in all of our national tracking, that's when the race started tightening a bit as independent voters in particular started to understand what the choice would actually be in this election. Donald Trump continues to do very, very well with his Republican base and folks who voted for him back in 2020. Joe Biden is continuing to struggle a bit with his voters, and small margins here matter a lot. We mentioned Nevada. I mean, that's a state where the Joe Biden path to victory is pretty clear. I mean, it's the state where he is doing best right now with his own Democratic base. That's what the president really needs to rev up as we head toward November. There's a lot of issues at play here. I'm not sure how big of a deal Donald Trump's trial is currently until we get a verdict.
Pretty remarkable, Eli, to see half of swing state voters, equal shares of Democrats and Republicans, say they fear violence breaking out around this election. It's hard to turn to an analysis piece or a newscast without hearing violence mentioned tied to the political conventions coming up, never mind the aftermath of the elections themselves. Are you surprised to see this shared equally on both sides?
Not necessarily. I mean, we've seen Republicans talk a lot about the kinds of protests we saw, be it the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020, be it these college campus protests this year, really trying to rev up fears about Democratic agitators. And of course, Democrats have something they can point to back in 2021 when Trump supporters stormed the Capitol. I think recent history in the minds of both sides of the aisle for different reasons help fuel this. That same question asks about election fairness too, by the way. That's something where Democrats are very strong in trust in the system. Republicans are not. Those numbers, we're going to watch those move. Donald Trump's been talking a lot about whether or not he'll accept the 2024 election results, just like he didn't accept them back in 2020. That talk probably hasn't broken through as much yet, but as we get closer to Election Day, and that continues, I bet these numbers could tick up a little bit.
Well, and as we look at these numbers, 6 in 10 swing state voters worried about misinformation. Does that actually potentially suggest, though, that voters are very aware of the content in which they're taking political content specifically in this election, and whether or not there could have been foreign interference or artificial intelligence, things like deepfakes, that's not just something that, say, we in the media or in the political realm are thinking about, that voters are actually quite wary of and privy to?
Yeah. I think that is almost a bigger concern among Republicans, that AI is going to be a problem in the election in terms of the swing state voters. It's one thing to know it exists. It's another thing to see it in your daily lives. And I think we've seen folks have a hard time deciphering all of this. At the same time, there's a whole media base online that pushes out fake videos all the time. The average American probably isn't sitting there and fact-checking themselves. And so that actually ranks lower on the concerns about AI, by the way. I mean, the biggest concern for voters is privacy. But I think as this campaign plays out, this is something that I think Democrats are going to lean into talking about quite a bit, just given the foreign actors that have moved against Democrats in the past. I think it'll be incumbent on President Biden to raise this concern on the voters.
All right, Eli Yoakley, always great to have you on Poll Day. He is U.S. politics analyst at Morning Consult, which, of course, is Bloomberg's partner in this poll of the 7 key swing states. But we want to dig more into the issue specifically around election security, given the concerns that swing state voters say, according to our polling, they have around this election cycle. And turn now to Tina Barton. She is vice chair of the Committee on Safe and Secure Elections, and she is joining us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Welcome to Bloomberg Television and Radio. Tina, thank you so much for coming in. Obviously, as we are in this election cycle, a lot of people are living with the ghost of 2020 and everything that has happened in the aftermath. Compared to what we saw 4 years ago, how safe and secure will elections be this year?
Well, I think one of the things that we're specifically focused on with the Committee for Safe and Secure Elections is the safety and security of election officials. And one of the things that we have seen is even in just the last year, that election officials, more than 10% have increased, is saying that they have been threatened in the past. So we've gone from 28% up to 38%. So we're seeing this increase of threats towards election officials. And so part of our focus is keeping them safe, but also keeping the process safe. So with the committee, we're out doing tabletop exercises all across the country, some of those being in some of these swing states, where we're holding the tabletops and bringing all of these issues to the table and bringing election officials and law enforcement and saying, how would we work through this if this were to happen in your community or in your county or state?
I want to hear more about that. What kind of scenarios are you modeling, and do they include the monitoring of drop boxes, for instance? We saw a lot of concern in the midterms, the last election, masked people in some cases, sitting in trucks, in some cases visibly armed, filming people as they drop ballots.
So we certainly have a few different scenarios. One of those can be the drop box scenario. We work usually with the secretary or the chief election official of the state or the county to see, what are you concerned about happening in your state? So typically some of the things that we're working on now would be things like fentanyl, getting an unknown substance in the mail. We've seen that happen in approximately a half a dozen states over the last 9 months. So we're looking at that. What would that look like for your continuation of operation? What would that look like for chain of command and chain of custody if that were to happen? We're also looking at things like swatting. What happens if the chief election official is swatted, and what should they expect to happen? And we're seeing that happen to election officials across the country also, some of those being in swing states. And we're seeing it on both sides of both parties that is happening to election officials. We're also looking at disturbances. What if something happens in an actual precinct? What if it happens outside? Maybe it is armed individuals who are bringing intimidation to the polling place. Working through those scenarios, hearing exactly what would we do, what type of plan would we put into place, and making sure we are prepared for it if it should happen.
So do larger amounts of resources now have to go into making sure polling places are secure? Is there greater coordination with either local or state authorities, just given the increase in threats that you have spoken to?
Yeah, recently the Brennan Center did a survey with election officials, and we saw that over 90% of them have had to increase their budget and make improvements that are security related, whether that's hardening their facilities or it's securing the process itself. So they're putting lots of effort, lots of money into that. But we're also seeing 83% of them are saying we have to have some budget increases over the next 5 years or our elections are going to be in trouble. Wow. We need better funding.
Is this geographically neutral? Are there states that are more problematic than others when you look at this on a national level, or is this something everyone's dealing with?
Certainly in those swing states, there's a lot of passion.
Is that right?
There are a lot, I mean, Michigan obviously has seen its share. I'm from Michigan. We've had, our chief election official, Secretary Benson, who has had individuals at her home. Our governor, I was threatened after the 2020 election cycle. We've seen it in Georgia, Arizona, places like that where we are seeing that. But we're seeing this across the country. Yeah. This is a countrywide problem. When you're seeing that nearly 40% of election officials, and we have over 10,000 in our country, 40% is a really high number to say that they've been threatened, harassed, or abused.
You were threatened because of your work with this organization?
Work as a former election official.
I see. In what form were you threatened?
So I actually had a voicemail that came in after the November 2020 election where the individual said that when I least expected it, that he would kill me. And so that individual was actually arrested by the DOJ.
They were identified.
Yes. He pled guilty in February of this year and will be sentenced in July of this year for threatening to kill me and my family. I was the chief election official in Rochester Hills, Michigan.
I'm very sorry you had to go through this. So this is personal.
It's personal, absolutely.
And I'm sure that there are countless stories like yours that are out there in the
Again, with nearly 40% out of over 10,000 election officials saying they've been threatened, harassed, or abused. I am one of that 38%, but I'm certainly one that is being incredibly vocal to bring attention to the fact that this is happening in our country. Your statistics in your report that you put out that over 50% are concerned about violence for the election. We see that paralleled in the elections community where over 53% of election officials are concerned about their safety and the safety of their colleagues.
And obviously a lot of this is threats to physical safety, but I would imagine technology, things like phone calls or deep fakes or the ability to access other people only makes that threat even more pronounced.
Right, that's one of the scenarios that we work through is, in 2020 we had the pandemic and we were responding to all of those things and the political emotion that was rising then. And in 2024, each election cycle seems to bring something new. We have AI, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And that's one of the scenarios that we work through. If there were to be some sort of a call go out, say from the election administrator, mirroring their voice and sending that out to others, what would that look like for them?
Tina, thank you for being so flexible with your timing today. I'm glad we can have this conversation on Bloomberg. It's a very important one. Tina Barton is vice chair of the Committee on Safe and Secure Elections, with us here on Balance of Power on this day that we do learn both Democrats and Republicans share the same fears leading into this election cycle. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. We'll assemble our panel next on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are 39 minutes away from the latest FOMC minutes. Complete coverage on Bloomberg television and radio. And, of course, the big event. After the close of trading today, we will be hearing from NVIDIA. Ahead of that report, we do have NVIDIA shares down 0.5%. It is a big deal. And yes, complete coverage of NVIDIA's results after the close on Bloomberg television and radio. Right now, ahead of that report, we've got stocks essentially in a holding pattern with the S&P now lower, little change, down 1 point. Dow Industrials down 30, down 0.1%. NASDAQ higher, little changed as well, up by 0.2%. Again, NVIDIA in the red, trading lower by 0.5%. 10-year yield, 4.41%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.86%. Spot gold down $28 the ounce to $23.91. That is a drop of 1.2%, and a retreat for crude oil. West Texas Intermediate crude, $78.05 a barrel right now on WTI. We've got Target shares tumbling the most since November 22 after the retailer sounded a note of caution about discretionary spending over coming months amid its turnaround efforts. Target shares down now by 6.8%. Again, recapping NVIDIA after the close of trading, S&P right now down 1 point, down less than 0.1%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Of course, we'll be looking out for those NVIDIA earnings after the bell as well for any commentary around China, because that is one of those areas in which a financial market powerhouse, something that has really powered the equity market for the last year and change due to the AI boom, also sometimes runs into conflict with policy as chips are at the center of this kind of pseudo-technology war situation that is happening between the U.S. and China.
Well, it's almost become a question of whether the government can keep up with what NVIDIA is innovating. These new Blackwell chips are, I'm sure, something China would love to get, and we're going to probably be clamping down on those next, right? So this will be an interesting update as they continue to outrun themselves and the government on this whole story. It's kind of amazing. Big Washington angle when it comes to NVIDIA. You mentioned the invite, Kaylee. Benjamin Netanyahu, before a joint session of Congress, knowing that he is one of the most controversial figures in the world right now, and certainly has been making life difficult for Joe Biden. This is how Mike Johnson is going to answer the ICC arrest warrant, by inviting him here to the U.S. Remember, David Miller was talking to us last night about what would happen if they wanted to extradite Benjamin Netanyahu while he was outside of Israel.
Yeah, it definitely presents a whole host of questions, not least of which also is how does the Democratic Senate leader, Chuck Schumer, deal with this, because theoretically he would need to be on board. But remember, it was Chuck Schumer who earlier this year gave a speech on the Senate floor essentially calling for new elections in Israel and the ouster of the very prime minister that we're talking about here, that he could then invite to speak to his chamber in this joint session. It's very politically and geopolitically complicated.
It's hard to tell what's real here with so much messaging happening in the House, but let's see what the panel thinks. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, of course, Democratic analyst, and now senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, joined by Lester Munson, Republican strategist, principal at BGR Group. Jeannie, what's Joe Biden going to do if Benjamin Netanyahu is brought to Washington to address a joint session of Congress? He might not get a meeting at the White House on that trip, right?
Yeah, I mean, Joe Biden did call what the ICC did and the steps they have taken outrageous. So he has been very clear about his views. And of course, we are not a signatory to the ICC. So Netanyahu would be free to travel here. We'd be under no obligation to arrest Netanyahu. That said, it does put Joe Biden, it does put Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in a bit of a political quandary, because you do have many members supporting the president with his outrage, but you also have some like Pocan in Wisconsin who have said if Netanyahu visits, I am going to help the ICC issue this arrest warrant, which is, I believe, outrageous itself that he would do that, but it is what we're hearing. So it does divide the Democrats, and it is politically, for that reason, a fraught moment that Chuck Schumer says he is working his way through. I think in the end he will go along with the speaker on this, but it is, a political challenge for Democrats at this point.
Well, and for one Democrat in particular, Lester, being President Biden, we have been talking a lot about our new poll out today, Bloomberg Swing State Poll with Morning Consult. And question is asked in that poll on Israel. Back in November, we asked about whether Joe Biden was doing the right amount to help Israel. More people said that in November than they do now. Increasing numbers say he's either doing too much or too little, which speaks to the idea that potentially for this Democratic administration, there is no real winning on this issue, Lester.
Well, it's a difficult foreign policy issue. There's no doubt. Israel and the Palestinians presents an issue that every single American president has struggled with. But it's also an opportunity for President Biden to show leadership. I think embracing the prime minister if he comes, having the meeting in the White House. You can have tough words when the door closes, but showing staunch support for a U.S. ally in a difficult situation is something the American people appreciate. I think even if they may have some concerns about the policy, they want to see an American president stand up and take tough positions because it's in the best interest of the United States. And I think in this case, if you're choosing between Israel and Hamas, there's only one choice the president can actually make. And so this is an opportunity for him if he wants to seize it.
We're wondering as well, as we spend time with our panel today, Jeannie and Lester, if there's going to be an answer in Congress to the controversy surrounding Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito flying an upside-down American flag, realizing he said his wife put it there, but out in front of his house in Alexandria, Virginia, following the election in 2020, representing the Stop the Steal movement. Even some Republicans are criticizing Alito for this, Jeannie, and there's been talk potentially of a legislative answer, although Dick Durbin in the Senate, of course, Senate Judiciary Committee, says Samuel Alito should simply recuse himself. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the way to do it would be to do what justices always do, which is they make a personal recusal decision. So I think that's very important. I know there are steps in the Senate and in the House and discussions about censure, and we may see something like that. But I will tell you, just from a political standpoint, I am not clear on why the Biden administration and President Biden, given where he is in the Bloomberg Council poll and in this election overall, doesn't think that now is the time to take bold action as it pertains to the Supreme Court. We have Donald Trump talking about restricting contraception. We have the overturning of Roe v. Wade, all kinds of concerns about that. Why not go out there and say, you know what, I wasn't sure about packing the court, but now I'm going to, because if Donald Trump wins, he will have 2 more appointments to the court when Thomas and Alito retire. And that will be a 5-4 majority where Donald Trump will have chosen 5 Supreme Court justices. And those justices will sit on that court rather long after he is gone and when your children are growing up and becoming adults. So now is the time for Joe Biden to take action and show that strength that Lester was just talking about. Not be cautious. Talk about some kind of Supreme Court reform, whether it's mandatory retirements or whether it is packing the court. You may not get it done like FDR, but at least you tried. And this is an issue that people are concerned about.
Lester, does talk of packing the court, though, risk backfiring? Does that potentially seem extreme to some undecided voters?
Yeah, you know, Jeannie and I have been in total agreement until now. I think it would be a mistake for the president to do that. The Supreme Court the judiciary is a separate, independent branch of government. Just because you get a policy outcome that you don't approve of doesn't mean one branch of government should go to war with the other. I think the specter of packing the court is worse than any single decision the Supreme Court could come out with. The idea that you're going to politically manipulate the structure of the Supreme Court to guarantee certain outcomes goes against the entire purpose of having an independent judiciary. So I do think that would be a mistake. I think he can talk about his position on the issues, and he can talk about if the Democrats want to pursue this, family planning issues or the abortion issue, entirely fair game. Go make the case. They're going to have a pretty good reaction, I think, among voters. But I think changing the nature of the Supreme Court is going too far.
I think this is fascinating where this conversation has led us here. So what do you think, Jeannie? Could Joe Biden motivate enough progressives with that move to make up for the many conservatives he would anger?
You know, I'm not convinced he would do any better than FDR in packing the court. I would assume it's not going to work the way it did for FDR. But I'm talking about politically to show strength. The Constitution does not set the number of justices on the Supreme Court. It has fluctuated throughout American history. It is up to Congress to set that number. They did so after the Civil War, and they can do so again. The president's job would be to convince a member of Congress to introduce such legislation and let them go at it. But my view is that politically only, this is the kind of thing that Joe Biden needs to do. Why are we still waiting on executive orders at the border? Why are we waiting for action on the Supreme Court? You are the president. People are frustrated, and your poll numbers, just look at the Bloomberg Morning Council poll, don't look so good. You've got to show strength. So from a political standpoint, I think he should, and I think he should push for it and let the chips fall where they may.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson, our political panel today. Thank you so much. Lester joining us from BGR, the international group, and Jeannie Shanzano, of course, is now newly a senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great conversation, guys. Thank you so much. It's also worth noting we're having this conversation, Joe, about the Supreme Court on the same day that the Senate today confirmed the 200th federal judge.
That's right.
Under the Biden administration. It's about a month earlier than when we hit that mark under Donald Trump. But as we were just discussing, while Biden has gotten to confirm 200 judges during his tenure, not anyone confirmed to the Supreme Court. Donald Trump got 3 of those.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, you've got Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yes, you're
but
right. Just
maybe
the one
he'll get
versus
another.
the 3.
We'll see about that.
I don't know about that.
There's still time. We won't predict anything on that right now. We need to bring you up to date on world and national news. For that, we turn to Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. What do you have, Amy?
Thanks, Joe. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak called that UK general election for July 4th. It was a major gamble on an earlier than expected vote, with his Conservative Party trailing far behind the opposition Labour Party in opinion polls. Now, the party struggled to overcome a series of crises, including an economic slump, ethics scandals, and a revolving door of leaders in the past 2 years. The opposition Labour Party is strongly favored to defeat the Conservatives. Both Republicans and Democrats say they are worried about the potential for election violence this election season. The latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll results suggest Republicans, Democrats, and independents have misgivings about how the race will be received by a polarized electorate. 6 in 10 swing state voters, mostly Democrats, worried about misinformation. Almost half, mostly Republicans, expressed similar concerns about foreign interference. And Israel has reportedly seized at least half of the Gaza Strip's 9-mile southern border with Egypt. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Egyptian officials say Israel intends to dominate the corridor by the end of this month as it is pushing further into the city of Rafah. Israeli Army radio says Israeli troops hold half of that border zone and that troops are present as far as eastern Rafah. Israel says taking control of the corridor is critical to defeating Hamas. And Egyptian officials say that after they dominate that 9-mile southern border, they'll be watching what is going on with Rafah as Israeli troops edge closer into the city. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Lows of the day right now on the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Looking at a 10-point drop in the S&P, 53.10 right now, trading down 0.2%. Dow Industrial is now down 137 for the Dow, drop there of just about 0.3%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 39 for NASDAQ, a decline now of 0.2%. 10-year 4.42% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.86%. Bitcoin up 0.3%, 68,895. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1% right now, 77.90 a barrel, and spot gold is down 1.3%, 23.88 for an ounce of gold. We are just over 2 hours away from NVIDIA earnings. Investors will be looking to see whether the AI darling will be able to at least match Wall Street's lofty estimates. And given its massive influence on broader indexes, one trading desk is already calling NVIDIA, quote, the most important stock on the planet. Right now, NVIDIA down 1.1%, by the way. Complete coverage on Bloomberg Television and Radio shortly after 4 o'clock Wall Street time when the number drops. Recapping, stocks lower now with the S&P at the low of the day, down 12, a drop there of 0.2%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. Wednesday edition, it's Balance of Power live from Washington with an eye on what's happening in Israel and Gaza. We've been talking about the temporary pier that the U.S. military just spent millions of dollars and many weeks to build to try to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza, working our way around, in some cases, our ally in Israel, with gates closed in many cases to get food to where it needs to go in Gaza. Kaylee, the word from the UN World Food Program today is not good. This $320 million project is apparently going to fail unless Israel does a better job ensuring its security, according to the UN.
Yeah, the UN coming out yesterday saying that no aid trucks had entered within the last 2 days via the floating pier set up for sea deliveries. They also said in that same statement that it suspended food distribution in Rafah due to lack of supplies and insecurity. So it speaks to just how dire the situation has become as you have so many people on the brink of famine in all actuality, something that, of course, the pier was aimed at trying to address, but perhaps not doing so as successfully as initially hoped. We did hear from Major General Pat Ryder, a spokesperson for the Defense Department, about this, and this is what he had to say.
It is a complex operation, and so we've been very clear from the beginning that we're going to take a crawl, walk, run approach to make sure that we are implementing this system in a way where we're working out the processes, the procedures, and including taking into account the security conditions. So I think you're going to see, as we work together, the amount of aid increase and the ability to get it distributed increase.
General Pat Ryder yesterday. Joining us now for more here on Balance of Power is Carmel Arbit, joining us from the Atlantic Council, where she is Senior Fellow for the Middle East Programs in the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative. Carmel, always great to have you back on the show. When we think about the aid situation specifically and the difficulty of getting aid to those who need it, he was speaking there of the security conditions that have to be taken into consideration here. Given the status on the ground right now, how realistic is it that those conditions can improve to the extent they need to in order to get food aid in at scale?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me back on. The challenges of distributing aid to Gaza and throughout the Strip have not gotten easier. To the contrary, it's only gotten more complex as the destruction of the Strip has worsened. There are really three challenges here that all touch on the security piece, which is logistical, the situation of desperation, which is really also impeding on that distribution, and then ultimately political. When the U.S. announced that they were going to set up this pier, it was very clear to everyone involved that this was going to be a very expensive and politically meaningful gesture, but that realistically it wasn't going to solve some of the key logistical issues, which is finding safe, secure, and functioning roads to transfer that aid across the Gaza Strip and to bring it to the communities that need it most. So that's the first key challenge that they're dealing with. The second is one of desperation. When Gazans see these trucks, they often are fearful that it is the only time they're going to have access to that sort of aid. And so they are charging those trucks and grabbing things and engaging in what some are calling self-distribution, because again, they are desperate. And then the third piece is really political will here. We're seeing challenges on the Israeli side as well, where Israeli extremists are looking to stop the flow of aid into Israel. But there is an incentive on the part of the Israeli government to move that aid forward as it works to coordinate support for its Rafah incursion with the United States. So all that is to say the challenges are formidable and will continue to be. And we might not see that port operational until this war is nearly at an end.
Well, that's saying something. We just heard from Jake Sullivan, Carmel, at the White House, national security advisor to the president, who says aid from the pier has reached some Palestinian civilians. But the fact is it takes at least a day to process the aid at the pier. There's very limited distribution in some areas of Gaza, certainly in Rafah. Was this a flawed concept to begin with?
Look, this is an impossible situation. Given, as I said, the security situation in Gaza, the inability to ensure that anyone who is delivering that aid is going to be safe, destruction on roads, all of these other pieces. In many ways, this was mission impossible, but also mission necessary. Just because it's difficult to get aid to the people in Gaza does not mean that anyone can step away from this imperative. People in Gaza are on the brink of a famine, and their situation isn't getting any better. So it behooves the international community to look for any possible avenue to increase that aid and distribution. But these types of complications and hiccups are going to be inevitable, given that there's also no real centralized civil distribution network within Gaza. And this blows open the continual problem in that Israel has no strategy for the day after and what comes next.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing that play out in the immediate term, and we're going to continue to see it play out in the future.
Well, let's keep thinking about what comes next, because in light of what we have seen so far in the last 24 hours, Ireland, Norway, and Spain announcing that they would recognize a Palestinian state, and the subsequent Israeli recalling its ambassadors to those countries, not reacting well to this. I wonder, Carmel, if a number of sovereign countries saying that they would recognize a Palestinian state actually makes it less likely that that Palestinian state can be realized in the near term, because it only causes those currently in power to Israel to kind of retrench and circle the wagons and voice opposition to the idea of a two-state solution.
That's exactly right. The declaration of Palestinian statehood by countries, which, mind you, more than 100 countries, I think about 140, have already done that. But doing that in this moment, and generally, is deeply alienating for the Israelis, who feel that the Palestinians can't just be given this statehood recognition. Statehood must come through a negotiated, durable, two-state solution, an agreement that both parties have come to. And the problem is that statehood is really just words. There aren't very serious practical implications for this. And so it doesn't move the parties closer together. It just divides them further.
Where is the administration now on operations in Rafah? Because our reporting says that the administration is softening its stand on this. I believe it was a red line for President Biden. Said that on the record a couple of weeks ago. Is that red line moving?
So I think the question is whether the red line is moving or the Israelis are moving. And the answer is somewhere in between the two. The Israelis have taken very seriously what the United States has been saying. And there's been sort of a difference between what they're saying publicly and what they're saying behind closed doors. So publicly, Biden had put forward what was increasingly sounding like a generic red line. Any type of incursion into Rafah was unacceptable. But privately, that's not really what these conversations have looked like. What they've really been saying is that any incursion into Rafah has to look a certain way. There has to be serious and meaningful efforts to evacuate civilians. There has to be a pathway. The type of operation that's carried out matters a lot. And what we're seeing and hearing is what the Israelis are intending to do and have already begun doing is relatively narrow, in that what they're really focusing on is tunnels and transit routes in Rafah, rather than kind of a larger scale piece. And that will allow them to contain civilian casualties, and in many ways already has. So we're finding a convergence in terms of what the Israeli and American position had been around Rafah.
Carmel, of course, while the U.S. administration's position has long been that they wouldn't like to see a major ground operation in Rafah that could cause massive civilian casualties, they also have been loudly, repeatedly calling for a temporary ceasefire deal and sending diplomats to the Middle East to try and further that effort. It feels like, though, now for all of the hope that maybe existed weeks ago, it's long gone. Is there any real prospect of a temporary ceasefire deal now?
I think the parties are going to continue to negotiate. The Israelis had hoped that the threat of a Rafah operation and what it could look like would strengthen their hands at the negotiating table, and felt that the U.S. had taken that away from them, essentially by hamstringing the extent of what Rafah could be. Because of that, the Egyptians have really withdrawn their role from this. Egypt had been, of course, also trying to prevent a Rafah operation. But what you see is the Qataris continuing to move ahead. We're also hearing conversations shift, where we're not just looking now at a temporary ceasefire. As this war starts to, again, kind of wind down, remember that there are only 4 brigades of Hamas that are still, battalions that are still operating in Rafah, and that's what Israel's been really interested in. But starting to think now more and more about what a long-term outcome could look like. And so you have Qatar still at the talk of temporary ceasefire talks, but also partnering up with the Saudis as the U.S. and the Saudis negotiate on a potential long-term negotiation for normalization, and that could also include an end to the conflict.
Carmel, your insights are always so helpful. We appreciate your time today. Carmel Arbit, in the throes of uncertainty over the effectiveness of this pier, we'll see what happens with U.S. operations as we move our way forward. And analysis from Carmel at the Atlantic Council always helps us out. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, and we're moments away now, Kaylee, from minutes, Fed minutes, to be released, to be a fly on the wall at the meeting that brought us the Jay Powell we saw in that news conference on the 1st of May, one that was seen as a bit more dovish than expected. We actually get a treat now to the conversation inside the room in that Fed meeting, and helping us get ready for that is Anna Wong, of course, chief economist, Bloomberg Economics, with us at the table here in Washington. What are you looking for here, Anna, today?
Yeah, so as you said, Joe, that Powell was more dovish than expected during the meeting. And most notably, everybody thought maybe he would put a hike on the table, but he rejected all those, invitations. And I think what we'll see in the minutes today is that he still have hope that the disinflation will continue. And I think the CPI data in April did sort of validate that hope, that optimism. And the reason why he still has this optimism is that he thinks that supply vectors will continue to improve in the rest of the year. And furthermore, he thinks that immigration would ultimately be a net disinflation force on the economy.
While we always look forward to the minutes, Anna, and your analysis of them, it's worth pointing out that these are backward looking. They're from a meeting that happened literally weeks ago, whereas we've gotten much more updated commentary from a number of Fed speakers just within the last few days. You have Raphael Bostic, Loretta Mester, Susan Collins, Christopher Waller, all basically preaching patience, the idea that they need to see more data before they're even going to think about cutting rates. So even if the minutes were to be perhaps back up the more dovish Powell that we saw in the press conference, does it really matter if people aren't sounding quite as dovish now?
Yeah, so the minutes is kind of an interesting policy tool, because even though it's supposed to be backward looking, the Fed does have some kind of discretion in shaping and tweaking what they want to show in the minutes. And what we had heard from the 50 or so public engagement from the various officials, you mentioned, there were 50 since the May 1st meeting, is that seems to be substantial differences among the group in whether how long rates should stay high before the Fed start cutting. We have heard insinuations that maybe the first cut should be in September. We have heard that maybe the cut should be there should only be one cut at the end of December. But at the end of the day, I think being forward-looking, what we've heard from the Fed officials is that they are going to have a real discussion of what the neutral rate would be in the next meeting. And that, yes, our star. And I think we're going to see some of that in the meeting to hint and foreshadow what's going to happen in the June meeting.
Be curious to see how the market reacts to that. This is a political show. We're always curious about the political implications or resistance to move potentially by the Fed the closer we get to the election. When does the window close here? Is it September or not?
It certainly feels like September is the window. In fact, September is getting a bit too close. A September cut would be perceived as a favorable to the incumbent. I think no matter what the Fed does at this point, unless it's a July cut, after July, everything would be perceived as political.
And the bar for July is incredibly high.
Yes, very high.
What likelihood would you put on
I think
a
it
July
would
cut?
be, currently it's less than 50%.
Okay. All right. Less than 50% in July is the call from Anna Wong, who is our chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics. Always great to have you, Anna. Thank you so much. It's one of those things, Joe, where especially for us here in Washington who are considering the outcome of November and the idea that the economy, as we've seen evident in Bloomberg's polling out just today, is dogging the incumbent president, how much a difference a rate cut could bring
Well,
to that
especially now
entire
that he's
equation.
predicted one.
Well, that's
He probably
true.
hopes that happens because everyone's going to be playing that tape in September, including probably us. But look, if the Fed's data dependent, then the White House is going to have to be too.
Yeah. As will Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic.
They
We're
always
always data dependent here
We
at
are.
Bloomberg, getting ready to pass the baton to them at Bloomberg Business Week, guys.
You know, thinking how the parlor game for you guys in Washington is the outcome of the November election. For us, it's constantly about Fed policy in a big way, but they are certainly interconnected, as you guys were just talking about. And it's interesting, you know, that May 1st press conference, Jay Powell had a lot of opportunities, Tim, to say, yeah, we could raise rates, and he didn't take them.
He didn't, and I was so interested to hear what Anna Wong just said about the politics of this, Joe, in that last question, Kaylee, that you had to her about, you know, what looks political here. And she said anything after July could be construed.
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
That's really tough. Hey, the clock is ticking.
But then
We're running
again,
out of time
you could.
here.
We are potentially. You could make that argument about December as well, though, right? Is that whether that would be rewarding the winner in the interim? All of these could be a potentially bad look, but some on the Fed say that they don't consider politics at all.
Well, certainly that's what we heard from Chairman Powell at the podium, that they are not thinking about the electoral implications here. But yeah, to your point, Joe, even November, a meeting that is taking place after the vote, if you wait to cut rates until after the election, do you risk just as much political backfire? Certainly it is not an easy position to be in, Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. Not an easy position. The only thing I will say about Jay Powell, I know that they say they're not political, but I also do know that they constantly say that they are data dependent. And I think if there is some kind of slowdown in the economy, or they're going to have to tap the brakes, or they're going to have to, you know, cut rates to help out the economy, I think they'll do it ultimately, Tim. I don't know. I think that's their bottom line.
Hey, and you know, after we get these minutes, of course, the countdown begins to the next Fed meeting happening, you know, on the 12th of next month. So much more to come when it comes to what the Federal Reserve is going to do and what they're thinking, of course.
All right. Well, yeah. So we got a lot to come.
Yeah,
all right.
Sure do.
All right, guys. Thanks for the setup. Anna Wong giving us some things to think about ahead of those Fed minutes, which will be coming in just about 2 minutes' time. We're going to head to our Michael McKee, who is live in Washington. Welcome, everybody. This is the Wednesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenovic. We're live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Let's get up to the setup. Certainly on our mind is the U.S. economy because of those Fed minutes. But also we've got NVIDIA earnings at after the close today, and we're really thinking about that and how that might impact the trade as well.
Ahead of that, a quick check of the markets. The Dow down about 0.4% right now. The S&P 500 down at 0.3%, as is the NASDAQ composite. As you mentioned, Carol, waiting for NVIDIA earnings after the close. We're going to talk a little about that in our program and the equity rally and NVIDIA's role so far after today's, ahead of today's aftermarket earnings.
Listen, NVIDIA top performer in the S&P 500 last year. I think it's number 3 or 4 this year. It's about 5% of the S&P 500. So what it says could certainly impact market momentum, if not for a day, maybe longer, because that is kind of the core AI name. If you're doing something in AI, you probably need NVIDIA's chips. So what they say is really important.
Hey, speaking of earnings, retailers continue to report. We got TJX rallying, Target not so much. We're going to break the results down with a great roundtable in just a few minutes.
Yeah, really interesting, right, in terms of the TikTok on that one, because one's rallying, one is not. And so different types of retailers, that's for sure. Also, we're going to check in with Amy Davis. She's president of Accelera by Cummins. We're going to talk about the energy transition for commercial vehicles. So that is something interesting. The energy transition, it is on, Tim.
It is on. on. All that plus one more thing. Mattel's got a surprise up their sleeve for a new new partnership when it comes to Barbies. All that ahead and more on Bloomberg Business Week.
That indeed. All right, those Fed minutes top of mind. Let's get to those minutes from the last Fed meeting. Let's head to our Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy correspondent, Michael McKee. That's the May 1st meeting. He's live in D.C. at the Federal Reserve. Mike, over to you.
Well, the big question for Fed officials at their meeting 3 weeks ago was how much higher interest rates are affecting the economy. Although monetary policy is restrictive, the minutes say, many participants commented on their uncertainty about the degree of restrictiveness. High rates, they felt, might be having smaller effects than in the past. The neutral rate, or R star, might be higher than previously thought, or potential growth might be slower than they had estimated. For now, the decision was to maintain the current policy path for longer should inflation not resume falling, but various participants mentioned a willingness to tighten policy further should risks to inflation materialize. They noted disappointed readings on inflation over the first quarter and indicators pointing to strong economic momentum. There was also concern about risks to financial stability in a higher inflation environment, including unrealized losses on assets, high commercial real estate exposure, significant reliance by some banks on uninsured deposits, and cyber threats. Several participants commented on the rapid growth of private credit markets, warning they should be monitored because some risks from those markets may not yet be apparent. The overall economic assessment, though, pretty much as you've heard from Fed speakers over the past 3 weeks, they expected inflation to continue falling towards their 2% target, but were disappointed by the apparent stall in the first quarter. That reduced their level of confidence in what was happening. A bit of a list of what they're looking for going forward is in the minutes. Lower readings on rent growth for new leases, a decline in wage growth in non-housing services, and perhaps higher productivity. There was general agreement that higher rates of immigration were keeping labor markets relatively tight. Nothing basically that we've heard since then changes the outlook, and nothing in these minutes really disabuses the higher for longer narrative, guys.
All right, Mike McKee, of course, there in Washington. Mike, we're going to come back to you in just a moment. We do want to do a quick check on the markets. I'm looking like there is a little bit of move to the downside. Let's start with the equity trade. You've got the S&P down about 17. It was down about 14 heading into the Fed minutes. The Dow was down about 138, now down about 168. And the NASDAQ 100 was down about 34, now down about 50 points. So we are seeing equity losses steepen a little bit right after, as Mike went through those Fed minutes. Looking at the Treasury curve, of course, more important in terms of what the Fed has to say, but the 10-year was yielding about 441. We're now looking at 442, so maybe a slight tick up there. 5-year note was yielding about 445, now at 446, and the 2-year, certainly the shorter end of the yield curve, always most sensitive in terms of what might come out of the Federal Reserve. That 2-year note was yielding 486, now at 487. So really, Mike and Tim, really some slight movements here.
Hey, Mike, help us decode a little bit of what these words actually mean here. In the Fed minutes, quote, many uncertain about the degree of restrictiveness, and, quote, various participants willing to tighten more if needed. Is many more than various?
You just hit on one of the sore points in the lockup today. There is a sort of semi-official Fed list of these adjectives and what they mean in sort of a ranked order for the amount of participants they're referring to. But various is not on the list. It was pointed out to Fed folks today. And they said they would try to get us an answer on where it is on the list. Now, we've heard from a number of members of the Open Market Committee that if inflation started to go back up, was a danger, they would be willing to raise interest rates. So that's not really a new thought, and it is kind of logical that it would come up in their discussions at their last meeting. But we don't have a number to put on or a way to tell which is a larger group.
Mike, anything, okay, so there was the Jay Powell presser, and my understanding from what Anna Wong said earlier, just ahead of the minutes, that the Fed does have some discretion on what they show in the minutes. But so I'm wondering, in terms of what came out in the minutes, what we've been hearing from Fed speakers, I think there's been 50 officials or so since that May 1st meeting. There's been a lot of talk, if you will. I don't know, is everything kind of coming together on message, or I don't know, how do you see it?
Well, that's also interesting, Carol, because they did talk about their messaging, and according to the minutes, generally felt that Americans understood what the Fed was trying to do, and they needed to keep hammering away at it, but they seemed pleased with their messaging and their communications policies. So they're hoping that, I guess, translates through to some sort of additional reaction. They do note that inflation expectations have stayed pretty much anchored, especially at the longer end. And so they didn't feel, there was no indication that they felt they needed to change or emphasize anything in particular.
So higher for longer, high for longer, and yet anything in terms of, as we said, kind of ahead of this, that Jay Powell had a lot of opportunity to talk about, if we needed to maybe even raise rates again. Anything around that we got a little bit more on, or not really?
Not really. In general, the minutes reflect what we've been hearing from the members of the Open Market Committee over the last 3 weeks, that they were disappointed in the inflation numbers. It took away some of their confidence that they might be able to cut rates sooner, and they feel like they need to just stay with higher for longer for right now. Although we did have the mention of various people talking about raising rates, that was only in the context of inflation starting to rise again and having sort of an outlook of problems from inflation that would come from that. It didn't seem like they think that's a very likely possibility, but the risks are still there.
Mike, what's your number one or two questions here that, like, coming off of all of this, so much Fed speak, you were, at Amelia Island, surrounded by Fed speakers, all in on Fed policy and conversations, and then here we get the Fed minutes. I mean, what's the top two questions that you've got for Jay Powell?
Well, I'd put it this way. I think the best description of where we are right now and what the Fed's trying to do came from Susan Collins, the Boston Fed president, down at Amelia Island last night, when she said, at the moment, patience is the most important factor. They don't know what's going to happen with the economy. They have some ideas on what they think should happen, but many of them will just admit that they've been surprised over the past 2 years by what's happened in the economy. So they're going to wait and see and try to have enough confidence that once they start moving, they can continue to move. They don't have to go up and down.
Do they get a pass for maybe being uncertain about stuff? Like, I guess I always think, they're Fed officials, they should know everything. But having said that, we're still kind of figuring our way post-pandemic, 4 years out, but we're still kind of working our way through it.
Yeah, that was a topic down at Amelia Island because there's a lot of Wall Street people who attend that conference. And there are people who think the Fed has gotten it wrong and they need to correct course. They need to change their models and their thinking. You don't get a real argument from the Fed that they got things wrong. They admit they got inflation wrong. They're just thinking at this point that the best they can do is wait and watch because the models aren't working, and any kind of precipitous action could only lead to probably more problems than waiting.
Hey, Mike, I got to ask the political question here because Anna Wong just on with Joe and Kaylee earlier, and she mentioned the idea that come July, any rate cut or any rate move seen after July is going to be seen as political. How is that gelling with the conversation in your world right now? How is that seen?
Well, people aren't going to write that idea off, but they're not going to pay any attention to it. If they felt they could cut in September, then they would go ahead and do so, in part because people think they might not. And they might want to make a statement there. But then you have people like Chris Waller last night saying that end of the year maybe, and Raphael Bostic saying end of the year. So there doesn't seem to be an emphasis on an earlier rather than later rate move. And maybe July, September too early for them. They may not have enough evidence yet that they are ready to move.
Hey, Mike, real quickly, 30 seconds here. Mohamed El-Arian writing a Bloomberg opinion piece on the Fed's uniformity on rates and how that comes with risks. And he talks about whether traditionally thought of as hawks or doves, Fed officials have recently converged to a notable uniformity in their policy signaling of high rates for longer at a time when Wall Street analysts are embracing a wider band of uncertainty for their projections of economic growth and inflation. Real quickly, your thoughts about that uniformity. Is that a problem in your view?
Well, I don't think it's as uniform as perhaps Mohammed is talking about. You have to realize we're not just talking about the consensus forecast, the median forecast in their summary of economic projections. They have a range, and the ranges are fairly wide, as they are on Wall Street. It's just that the options for them are very constrained in terms of 25 basis points here or 25 basis points there. So there isn't a lot of difference on the policy side, but in terms of what they see happening, there is a kind of a range of views.
Got it. Mike, thank you so much. Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent at the Fed in Washington. And now to the equity trade we go. The records that stocks keep hitting and to the impact NVIDIA may have after it reports today after the close.
And so to Gina Martin-Adams we go. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist here in the studio. Gina, NVIDIA is certainly on our minds. That's what we want to talk to you about. But I do want to give you the chance to weigh in on what we just heard from Mike McKee and what we just heard in the minutes from the latest Federal Reserve meeting. Any surprises there? Anything that you think our audience should have on their radar when it comes to the trade?
You know, I think the fact that we're now talking about the potential for hikes when at the start of the year we were talking about, oh, it's a sure thing we're going to get 5 or 6 cuts.
Amazing, right?
Pretty notable that equities have just risen throughout the entire time period, and maybe we're now in an environment where earnings actually matter a whole lot more than what's happening at the Fed, which is great news. That said, at least from a broad perspective, we did see the gains in small caps kind of get topped out, right? Small caps have been under some degree of constraint or restrained from posting further gains in an environment in which the Fed may not ease. That's a little bit of a cue that if there is some risk from a leverage perspective, if there is some risk from a rates perspective, it probably is in small caps. It also is a cue that if we're going to get a real big surge in risk tolerance, we might have to get it from the Fed. So they're still peripherally important, but I think it's notable, right? From 6 cuts to no cuts, it's till the end of the year, and the equity market's still rising. Would say maybe we've been a little bit too focused on the Fed, and there's some other things going on.
Well, this is why we love talking to you, because you focus on the fundamentals and earnings. Earnings, top of mind is NVIDIA, 5% in terms of the market weighting of the S&P 500. Number 3 gainer in the S&P 500 this year. I don't need to tell you all the superlatives when it comes to NVIDIA. How important, though, is it, the results today and how it might impact the trade?
So I think they're really important from a sentiment perspective because of the stats that you've cited. It is still a very large stock. It has powered a significant amount of the tech sector earnings growth. It is the representative example of the AI sort of stories, and they need to keep powering that specific theme. However, we're starting to accumulate some evidence that NVIDIA's impact is probably peaking and may have already peaked on the S&P 500. Okay. And that's largely because what we're seeing is in the rest of the index. Remember, NVIDIA's gain, a sort of meteoric rise in earnings as well as price performance, occurred when the rest of the index was sort of on its knees. Yeah. And there was no earnings growth elsewhere. Now, NVIDIA's growth rate appears to be peaking. Its contribution to earnings looks to be topping out. It'll still contribute a whole lot more to earnings growth than it did in the than it did 2 years ago as a company, and that expectation is important to consider. But also, there's more to the index today than there was a year ago when NVIDIA suddenly surprised us and created an earnings growth story when there were none. Now we're seeing earnings growth start to accumulate in the rest of the index. We're starting to see growth emerge elsewhere. The result to that is that I think sentiment is still important. This is still an important stock contributing to themes. But all of a sudden, there are more investment opportunities in the index, whereas a year ago there were none. And you had the stock creating this meteoric rise, sort of in a dearth of positivity. there was one positive story.
So
and
even
that
if
was AI, and now we have a few more other stories.
So if it's let's say, mega disappoints,
yeah,
or mega surprises to the upside, would you assume though it will still impact the trade, but it might not be as longer last, like the impact?
That, I think that's a very good characterization of it. Is without a doubt, it's still huge. It's still a very big stock. It's still a very big portion of the index. It's still a very big portion of earnings growth. Should it disappoint, it definitely depletes some of the optimism in the AI-specific stories in the equity market. But when we look across the equity market, for example, we follow themes pretty closely in our team. We have 30 stocks that are affiliated with 4 or more themes. NVIDIA is one of those stocks. NVIDIA is actually underperforming Siemens Energy as another stock that is another theme stock. Some of our sort of energy-related kind of themes, some of the transition themes are actually fire in 2024, have really taken some of the steam out of the AI trade as the only trade in the market.
So are those the other stories that investors should be focused on right now beyond AI?
I think there are actually a lot. There's a lot in energy and sort of natural resources. There are a lot of stories in materials. Our small cap strategist and sector strategist, Mike Casper, was just telling me today, all of a sudden, materials earnings estimates for the second half are surging. So there's some, China, for example. Why aren't we talking about the fact that China's 8 biggest stocks are actually outperforming the Mag 7 right now? This is something we're writing for tomorrow. There are a lot of other things that are starting to happen that are really interesting out there. Financials is another one we've talked about. I could go all day. But there are a lot of other things happening.
Because it's interesting, we were talking about transports. I think the transports index, the Dow Transports was down below its 200-day moving average. The SOX is still way off its March high. Like there's some divergence that we're seeing. And that was seen as maybe not necessarily a good sign, but I'm just curious. It sounds like there's pockets of the market different that are doing well. Is there divergence, and is that okay, or what?
I mean, it's a messy market without a doubt. It's not a perfect environment. Nothing ever really is. It's impossible to expect every stock in the S&P 500 to be on fire at all times. But nonetheless,
actually, that's always worrisome.
That's a time when you really need to get scared. But I do think actually what's happening in the index is really interesting in terms of rotation and potential leadership shifts and some new stories emerging, new fundamental stories emerging. But even outside the United States, that's where we're actually seeing a lot of really interesting divergences, a lot of really interesting sort of budding earnings growth stories, recovery stories, in particular out of Asia. So there are a lot of changes. I think that's going to characterize 2024. It's just a period of immense amount of market change, not necessarily resulting in major downdraft or major upswing.
It does sound like when I hear you use words like opportunities and stories happening and themes, there's a lot of optimism from you and your team. Any cracks starting to form? Anything that you advise people to avoid?
I mean,
Fed's worried about private credit, I think it was.
That was interesting to hear.
I think that's actually an excellent point. What's happening outside of the public markets and outside of our sort of wonderful sort of purview of immense amounts of data and understanding is always what worries me. I don't know, with great degree of confidence exactly what's happening with private credit, what default rates are happening there. I know that the financials that report to us, the financials included in the public indices, are telling us that they've provisioned for loan losses and they're not seeing a massive acceleration in those loan losses, so everything seems, quote unquote, A-okay. That is the only story that I have with real data behind it.
But what about the other players?
Are there other players? Are there other impacts on the economy? It definitely is something that we need to try to keep an eye on.
Thank you so much. The Fed minutes, NVIDIA, and bigger, broader picture. Really appreciate it. Gina Martin-Adams, she's Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist. Tim and I were both listening to Surveillance. We're like, we want Gina too. Also in today's equity trade, we're going to continue a tale of two retailers. That's coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg, just under 2 hours away from the big earnings event, NVIDIA. Live coverage on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Right now, we have got stocks trading very close to session lows, right to the numbers here, with the S&P down 28, 52.92, a drop right now of 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 253, a drop there of 0.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 101, down 0.6%. 10-year 4.42%, with a 2-year 4.87%. Spot gold down $39 the ounce, down 1.6%, 23.80 right now on gold. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 77.45 a barrel. In the meantime, traders are awaiting NVIDIA's results for clues as to whether the AI enthusiasm has run too far or if it will keep driving market gains. NVIDIA ahead of earnings, down by 1%. Again, recapping, S&P down 30 right now, a drop of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We noted it is a tale of two retailers on this Wednesday. Target tanking off 10% at its lows today, right now down about 8% after a key measure of sales fell for the fourth consecutive quarter. And the retailer remains cautious about discretionary spending for the coming months. Uh-oh, but wait a minute.
There's also TJX, that stock rallying up more than 7% at its high, rising to a record high right now by about 4.2%. This after the Maxinistas were out shopping. The off-price retailer boosted its earnings per share forecast for the full year, with first quarter results, Carol, better than many expected. That, according to Citi.
All right, so let's get to our retail roundtable. With us is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Retail Analyst Mary Ross Gilbert in our LA Bureau, along with Bloomberg News retail reporter Jaewon Kang in our Chicago Bureau. Hey, Mary, I want to start with you. Let's start with TJX stock rallying in a big way. Walk us through the quarter, the outlook in the business.
Yeah, so when you look at the quarter, as you pointed out, they beat on the earnings line. But on the sales line, when you look at comp sales came in at 3%. That was below consensus estimate of 3.4%, but it was the high end of the company's plan. So that was fine, except usually they like to beat their plan. The reason for the miss was really weather, and it was on the apparel side of the business, where they were a little bit lighter, and it had to do with weather. Other than that, all the other categories across the board were performing well. Actually, home, when you think of home goods, don't think of furniture. Think of more consumable, type homes, home decor. It could be something for the table. And in that side of the business, they actually outperformed. On the margin side, that's where we saw the gains, better than expected. And that really came from higher mark-ons. So this team of buyers are able to really, really buy. First of all, they're the largest in the off-price space. So they carry a lot of weight, and they have several years of expertise going through a very carefully crafted buying program, so they really know how to buy well. And they have the ability to even implement selective price increases, something you're not hearing from the other retailers. So the combination of that boosted their merchandise margin, and they were able to be more efficient on the freight side by allocating more to rail away from trucking.
Oh, that's
and that was the boost you saw in margin.
So Mary, does TJX do well no matter the economic backdrop? I know Carol is a big fan.
Me some home goods.
Yeah, she's like talking in their meeting earlier about buying home goods. I'm wondering how that's powering the company's earnings for the most recent quarter.
I hope John isn't listening.
But does it do well regardless of how the American consumer is feeling because it has this exposure to different retail segments?
Yeah, well, you have to think about, it's not just, having different segments, including home, but home does help. It helps with the seasonality aspect when you get hit by weather. But the other thing you have to know with TJX is that they serve customers that are from the lower income all the way up to, let's say, the upper middle income, and even luxury to a certain extent, because they'll have brands as high as, a Chloe or Versace, but then they'll have Calvin Klein, Trina Turk, Under Armour in there. So they have such a wide range of eclectic product in this treasure hunt with multiple shipments a week, so that it really inspires you to go multiple times, because you're always going to find something that's really special. And I think that's their success, their recipe for success.
A lot of designer bags in the shopping carts. I see them all over the place. Jaewon, come on in on Target, because it's a different story for Target. As Tim mentioned earlier, and we talked about earlier, Target is down about 8% as we speak, down 10% at its lows today, but really taking a major hit. Walk us similarly through Target's quarter and outlook and why it's maybe having a tougher time here, or why investors are disappointed.
Yeah, so Target's comp sales fell for the fourth consecutive quarter, with people staying on the sidelines for discretionary purchases. The sales decline that was in line with Wall Street estimates. Adjusted earnings were a slight miss, but it's worth pointing out that this is a metric that's had consistent beats in recent quarters. And overall, the executives said today they won't be satisfied until they return to growth this year, and that they're on track to do that. But many investors were expecting a bit more, and that's translated to the stock performance today.
What's wrong with Target? What's going on at Target that they're struggling? And I'm just curious, is there something about that consumers are pulling back? It's maybe, I don't know if it's a similar customer as TJ Maxx, but what's going on at Target?
It's been on a really interesting path, and I mean in a pretty crucial moment right now. So it was a bit of a darling during the pandemic when people were willing to spend a lot on their homes, but of course that's taken a turn as they started pulling back on those purchases and other discretionary items, with prices going up. Interest rates also remain high, and on top of that, last year their Pride Month assortment drew pushback, and that hit sales as well. So they are trying to get back to growth, and have said they expect it to happen during the second quarter.
I guess I'm wondering if, this goes back to the problems they were having in 2022, Jaewon, because they were in the midst of a huge decline in their share price going back to that year. Pretty much historic when we think about it in the context of the retailer. Are they still recovering from that, or is this a new set of challenges?
It's continuation of that. They have also talked about, consumers still being pretty concerned about high prices, high interest rates, upcoming elections, and that's partly why they expect discretionary spending to remain under pressure for their near term. They're seeing lower demand for discretionary products like home goods, what they call hard lines, so things like appliances. And during the latest quarter, they also saw declines in frequency categories, which refer to essentials like groceries.
I want to go back to TJ Maxx for a moment. Mary, I came across a store, HomeSense. Is that another part of their brand?
It is, yes. It's part of the home goods segment, but they have two different brands, Home Goods and HomeSense. So when you think of HomeSense, think of bigger items. So that's going to be like large rugs and maybe an end table and things like that. Things that are a little more bulkier. Yeah. That they don't. What they said today is they don't really want to enlarge the home goods stores to be able to capture that market opportunity. So that's why they sort of created HomeSense, and of course it's performing very well as a result.
And is that new, kind of newish? It's the first time I saw it.
It's newish, but not new. Okay. But there is tremendous white space for growth there, as you can imagine.
Hey, Mary, these two reports taken together, plus what we heard from some of the other retailers, including Walmart last week, with the idea that the Walmart shopper is actually increasingly on the higher end of the economic spectrum. How would you characterize the American consumer right now? Like, what's the big takeaway from the quarter when it comes to retail earnings?
Yeah, so we're still early in our retail earnings reporting, but the big takeaway, number one big takeaway, is the consumer is resilient. And the reason for that is employment is strong, and actually wages generally higher than inflation. So that's the good news. But I think when you're talking about Walmart and Target, you're seeing a different story, coming into play. And part of that is really that the lower income consumer is still stretched by inflation. So while it's not rising as much, it's still up. It's more modest now, especially on the food side, maybe 2 to 3%. But it's still affecting the lower end consumer.
Jaewon, come on in too on that same thing. Of the retail sectors and names that you keep an eye on, what are you generally kind of taking away in terms of trends or themes when it comes to the retail environment, and then what it means for consumers?
Yeah, the earnings season, we're halfway through for the big box guys, and it's been pretty mixed. Walmart talked about the success they're having with, higher income consumers in particular. Their discounts are certainly resonating. Target, as we talked about, struggling with, different sides of the business. So, it's been mixed, and I think the narrative overall for the sector is that, people are resilient, they are paying for essentials and other products that they need, but, still facing a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the broader environment.
J1, very briefly, you also cover food retailers, and I'm wondering the next name on your radar when it comes to reporting or just when it comes to the important thing for our investing audience to keep an eye on.
Yeah, so Kroger is the next food retail name that's coming up in a couple of weeks. We'll hear from Costco next week. And, those companies, I think, will also give us insight into how people are interacting with groceries, where they're pulling back, where they're spending. So, we'll be busy next couple of weeks.
Yeah, good stuff. Mary, how about for you? On your radar in terms of any other retail to come?
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot, I know.
So so tomorrow morning we have Ross Stores, and also tomorrow we have Ralph Lauren. I'm sorry, tomorrow morning's Ralph Lauren. Tomorrow afternoon is Ross Stores. So Ross Stores, if you kind of think of off-price, TJ Maxx is at the high, the high end where they'll capture more of the upper middle income consumer. So Ross is kind of in the middle, and then Burlington Stores, which will report the following week, is at the lower end of the spectrum. So where TJ Maxx can actually take price, which means they're increasing prices on select items and not getting any pushback because their price points versus comparable product out there is still low. Where Ross is wanting to bring in more and more brands to attract that trade down consumer from department stores and get that higher income, higher middle income. They are actually reducing prices.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Mary Ross Gilbert of our Bloomberg Intelligence team and Jaewon Kang, Bloomberg News retail reporter, with our retail roundup.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is calling for a July 4th general election.
Earlier today, I spoke with His Majesty the King to request the dissolution of Parliament. The King has granted this request, and we will have a general election on the 4th of July.
Rishi Sunak trying to extend the Tories' 14-year tenure in power. The party's been in government since the coalition government of 2010. The Conservatives have been on a downward trajectory, and the Labour Party has a substantial lead going into any campaign. Both Republicans and Democrats in the U.S. say they are worried about the potential for election violence this season. The latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll shows that Republicans, Democrats, and independents all have misgivings about how the race will be received by a polarized electorate. 6 in 10 swing state voters, mostly Democrats, worried about misinformation, and about half, mostly Republicans, are expressing similar concerns about foreign interference. And the Republican National Committee's Washington headquarters was briefly evacuated this morning. Police were investigating 2 vials of blood addressed to former President Donald Trump. Capitol Police say hazardous materials teams were called in. It is not clear if anyone came into contact with the blood, and they don't know who it belongs to. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just about lows of the day right now. S&P down 32, 52.89. A drop of 0.6%. We've got the Dow down 291 now, down 0.7%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 109, a decline of 0.6%. Stocks fell after the latest FOMC minutes signaled officials will remain in no rush to cut rates. Traders also awaiting NVIDIA's results after the bell. 10-year, 4.42%. The 2-year, 4.87%. Gold down 1.7%, 23.79 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 77.47 a barrel. Again, NVIDIA after the close of trading, NVIDIA now down by 1.7%. Complete coverage on NVIDIA coming up on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic. Well, global spending on the clean energy transition definitely underway. Hit record highs as the world moves to rein in climate change. It is still, though, not enough to get on track to net zero emissions. Total spending, Tim, last year surging 17% to $1.8 trillion. That's according to a report earlier this year from Bloomberg NEF. These include investments to install renewable energy, buy electric vehicles, build hydrogen production systems, and deploy other technologies. Added investments in building out clean energy supply chains, as well as $900 billion in financing, and the total funding in 2023 reached about $2.8 trillion.
Okay, so that's the backdrop here, because one company is tapping into this. Well, many companies are, but one company that is the diesel and natural gas engine maker Cummins, which launched a new brand, Accelera, for its new power business segment about a year ago. Here with more on what they're doing is Amy Davis, president of Accelera by Cummins, joining us from Indianapolis. Amy, good to have you with us this afternoon. As we noted right at the introduction of this, Cummins launched Accelera, your new power business, about 1 year ago, the brand that is. It's a very, very small part of the Cummins revenue pie, 1% in 2023. Small today, but give us an idea of the goal, the scope, the impact of it moving forward.
Sure, great to be here. We started really in this zero emission space in 2017 through a few acquisitions and got serious about 2 years ago and then launched our brand last year. Accelera is really focused on zero emissions for the really tough to abate sectors, the commercial sectors that are going to be hardest. We are applying our duty cycle knowledge from being in this business for over 100 years and applying that to the unique solutions that are required for commercial applications. And by delivering those, while it's a small part of revenue today, we expect by 2030 it'll be quite meaningful. And we've announced just recently it could be $3 to $9 billion of revenue.
What would be the percentage of the entire company's revenue by the end of the decade?
Well, we also see a significant amount of growth in our core. So this is all part of our Destination Zero strategy. So we see actually bridge technologies also playing a key role over this next 10 years. So like you mentioned, natural gas, different alternative fuels, hydrogen-fueled internal combustion engines also are going to play a big role. So we see a lot of growth actually in the core business along with Accelera, coupling to a Destination Zero, which means how do we get customers, aid them in this transition to give them technologies now and the zero ones so it couples to growth for us, but also the decarbonization for our customers.
So, okay, but I'm just looking at, like you guys are at revenues are expected to about $33 billion in revenues this year. So $3 to $9 billion, assuming it grows. It'll still be a smaller business, but you're seeing it growing to be a significant business for the company?
Absolutely. And there's so many factors that are going to impact it, Carol. If you think about the infrastructure that you mentioned in your intro, the infrastructure layout is having a huge impact, especially in commercial applications, because they need that nearby and it takes their operations down when they have to stop and refuel, whether it's hydrogen or electrification. Also, there's other challenges in just learning how to change their operations with the different ranges that are required. The cost also is really, it's still more. And so that's why we are offering such a broad range, because the adoption rate is quite varied, as you can see. And the big factors are really infrastructure, government incentives and how those play out and how the costs come down that curve.
Okay, so the business is essentially two different units. There's the e-mobility unit, which includes fuel cells, e-axles, hydrogen solutions, but then there's also the electrolyzers business, which is really interesting to me. And the whole idea with that business is creating hydrogen using electrolysis. Can you explain exactly how that works and the opportunity that you see there moving forward?
Yeah, so the important thing here is you can really create green hydrogen without using any or creating any greenhouse gases, but it requires a lot of electricity. And so to make it work, you do need to couple green energy or renewable energy investments along with it. But the electrolysis technology is scaling quite quickly. And I see that as a really huge part of both our revenue, but also the enabler for hydrogen infrastructure full stop, and even things like hydrogen combustion engines as well as fuel cells.
How do you get the hydrogen from these electrolyzers to clients?
Yeah, so that's still playing out. We're seeing a lot of different models playing out, but really liquid hydrogen is going to have to be the key here, and then you can leverage some of our current infrastructure of pipelines and other things to actually move it. And we're seeing projects of ammonia as also a transfer mechanism, perhaps overseas. So you can go from places where there's really low cost renewable energy, like the Middle East, for example. Texas is interested in playing a role in this for export, and then transporting it via ship in the form of ammonia. So there's lots of invention happening in this space and lots of models playing out.
Amy, excuse me, you recently lowered your long-term targets for Accelera. As the transition to the zero-emission vehicles, it's going slower, right, than everybody had expected, you guys as well. What are the biggest barriers to increasing EV specifically and the adoption rates when it comes to the commercial vehicle market?
Yeah, so 2 years ago was when we first made a revenue projection in this space. And I don't know if you remember 2 years ago, there was quite almost just a hype really going on. Lots of new entrants in the space, really ambitious revenue goals from startups, people doing SPACs. And we've seen that play out now over the last 2 years as the realities have sunk in and what it really means to access the funding. So that's the first thing I'd say. Accessing the funding that's available is taking longer, and there's still a lot to play out in terms of specific rulings of how the tax benefits will be applied from the IRA, for example, and how IPCEI's funding in Europe. So that's one. Two is actually the supply chain. It's really taking some time to build out the supply chain while there have been electrolyzers for a long time, not at the kind of scale that we're talking about. So both supply chain in the manufacturing of the equipment all the way through to the plant construction and getting the EPC companies geared up and ready to go. So infrastructure build out and funding are two key barriers, I would say. And then just getting the costs down and the operational impacts adjusted to from our fleets and the end customers.
So just real quickly, just 20 seconds, because we have one more question we want to squeeze in. How quickly does all that come together? Are we talking 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or longer, or shorter?
Well, I see a key pivot point in the U.S. here in 2027 and in Europe in the latter half of the decade as well, because we see emissions regulations coming in that will tighten and increase the costs on diesel solutions, while at the same time we're gearing some of our next gen products, and our OEMs are as well, for that window. So I think 2027 to 2030, we'll see a pivot point.
Is the whole idea here in our lifetimes that this will eventually be Cummins' entire business? Is that a possibility?
I think some of these tough to abate segments might really struggle till the 2050 timeframe, but in commercial vehicle applications, it's going to happen. I'm convinced we have the technologies that can pull it together. It might be 2040 before we really see the full scale adoption, but I think we have the technologies to make it happen.
20 seconds left. Any tech or product gaps in the portfolio that you have right now where you could look toward making acquisitions like you did in the past few years?
We're always looking at different things coming on the market, but I would say right now we've nailed the portfolio that we think it's going to take to really lead the transition for commercial applications by giving them multiple paths to get it done and get it done correctly for their operations.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, Amy, thanks so much. Amy Davis, president of Accelera by Cummins. Hey, coming up, Venus Williams, already the GOAT, and yet another cool accolade. It is coming.
What is it?
I don't know, but I wonder if Ken is listening.
That's a good hint.
That's a hint. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. BuzzFeed shares are soaring after entrepreneur and former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy reported a stake in the online media company and asked for talks with the board. Right now, shares of BuzzFeed, they are up by 22.3%. Target shares tumbling the most since November of 2022 after the retailer this morning sounded a note of caution about discretionary spending over coming months amid its turnaround efforts. Comparable sales fell for the fourth consecutive quarter and declined 3.7% for the quarter through May, in line with what Wall Street was estimating. Target shares right now, though, they are down by 7.9%. Anglo American has agreed to enter talks with larger rival BHP Group after rejecting a third proposal worth about $49 billion, opening the door for the first time to what would be the biggest mining deal in over a decade. Anglo shares down now by about 0.3%, BHP lower by 4.4%. Intercontinental Exchange, which owns the New York Stock Exchange, has agreed to pay $10 million to settle SEC commission allegations that the exchange giant failed to immediately tell the SEC about a hack of its systems in 2021. ICE shares, they are down by just about 0.2%. And Amazon plans to charge Alexa users a monthly fee when it rolls out an AI-infused version of the voice assistant later on this year. That is according to CNBC, which says the Alexa subscription will help pay for the upgrade. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has called for a general election this summer.
These uncertain times call for a clear plan and bold action to chart a course to a secure future. You must choose in this election. Who has that plan?
The move by Sunak is a gamble on an earlier than expected vote on his Conservative Party, trailing far behind the opposition Labour Party in opinion polls. The rapid emergence of artificial intelligence has some swing state voters worried about the impact of AI's growing presence. The Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll finds more than half of respondents in 7 battleground states predicted a negative impact from AI on privacy, just about half seeing a future negative impact on jobs. The poll also found most swing state voters support efforts to ban TikTok if its Beijing-based parent company fails to divest. The parents and families of 19 of the victims in the Uvalde elementary school shooting in Texas say they're suing nearly 100 state police officers who were part of the botched law enforcement response. The families also have agreed to a $2 million settlement with the city, under which city leaders promised higher standards and better training for local police. The announcement came just 2 days before the 2-year anniversary of one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec.
Hey, Amy Morris, do you have a Barbie doll yet, like in your life?
Yet? I had my share of Barbie dolls, yes.
All right. Well, what's interesting is a big part of Barbie world, and this is now, we're going to get to our one more thing, folks, is that there are a lot of celebrities that get made into Barbie dolls, Tim.
It's a big honor. And the most recent announcement from the company is that Barbie is set to honor tennis champion Venus Williams.
I can't believe there isn't already a Venus Williams doll out there.
No, it's pretty amazing.
Anyway, yeah.
And 8 other athletes as part of a project announced by Mattel earlier today.
Yeah, Williams actually making a comment. Throughout my career, I've always been driven by the idea of shattering glass ceilings and staying true to myself, and Barbie's mission couldn't resonate more deeply with that ethos. And she has won, 7 Grand Slam singles titles.
You are a Barbie fan, whether it's the movies or the movie.
It was a great movie. I'm going to put it.
Which, whenever we have Enon Krais,
I'm wearing Barbie pink.
Whenever we have Enon Krais on the show, the CEO of Mattel, you're always trying to get him to tell you if and when there will be a second Barbie movie.
Can get a movie. Who's the guy? Who's the guy that nobody? Who's the
Michael Cera played him in the movie.
Who was the doll
Forget
that
his
like
name.
the guy doll that gets no love, no recognition? Alan.
Thank you,
I
Elizabeth.
did not have an Alan. I did have a Ken doll.
I didn't know
you
about
could
Alan
stick
before
on
the
a
movie.
beard and stuff. What?
I didn't know about Alan before the movie.
Nobody knows about Alan.
I guess that's the problem.
So wait, so this made me go through a little bit of a rabbit hole, and there's a South China Morning Post did 10 best celebrity Barbie dolls.
I didn't know there were so many of these.
There are tons. Queen Camilla got a Barbie doll. Mariah Carey, Tina Turner, Shania Twain, Naomi Osaka, so in the vein of Venus Williams, another great tennis player, Prince William and Kate Middleton, Karl Lagerfeld, and Zendaya, and Beyonce. Actually, that's when she was part of the Destiny's Child series.
So
Heidi Klum has one too.
NVIDIA earnings on
There's
my
a lot.
mind.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Because that's
something
happening
that
after the
really
bell today.
matters.
I'm just thinking like maybe there's like a Jensen Wong leather jacket sort of
He would
Barbie.
be perfect.
He's an icon.
Multiple leather jackets.
It's kind of perfect.
That would be so.
Enon
if
Kreis,
you're listening,
if you're listening,
this could happen. This could happen.
You know, maybe it comes with a Denny's. That's where they hatched up the plan for NVIDIA so many years ago. You could like put Jensen at the table in Denny's.
Listen, anything's possible in this world. What is in our world is if you're watching on TV, the next on television is The Close. I'll get there. And then continuing on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Rachel's is Business Week. Tim and I will be back. We're going to count you down to those NVIDIA earnings on this Wednesday. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, this is Bloomberg Business Week. We are on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals across our platforms here on this Wednesday, May 22nd. It's kind of a Fed day. We did those Fed minutes just 60 minutes ago.
Totally a Fed day. Fair to say.
Totally a Fed day, he says. Also an NVIDIA day.
Various and many are two things I'm thinking about when it comes to the Fed.
You really like
those two words.
Put your finger on it. Mike was like, whew.
You know, it's not my first rodeo.
No, it is not.
As they say. I think that's what they say, right?
Funny. Equity markets, though, we are bouncing near our lows, just off our lows of the session. We did see equity losses deepen a little bit on those Fed minutes. Maybe this idea for higher for longer. You know, just reminding investors that we are higher for longer, everybody. Looking at a 10-year at 443. So, yeah. But mostly, not too much reaction there.
The Fed, equities, rates, certainly in our focus. Also in our focus today, NVIDIA earnings after the bell. We're going to bring you the numbers, the stock reaction as soon as it happens. And we got a great roundtable to bring us analysis too.
All right, looking forward to that. We're also going to check, right? We talk so much about the importance of small business. Gina Martin-Adams talking about small business or small cap
too,
stocks in particular, that they've seen some pressure. Anyway, we're going to get a check on small business with the Chief Revenue Officer of Business Markets and SaaS over at Verizon.
Also, today's big take, it's also a most read on the Bloomberg terminal. China's economic miracle is ending, leaving President Xi Jinping with a challenge none of his predecessors faced. That's how to govern after a boom.
It's a very different environment in China. And an update to our monthly Bloomberg News Morning Consult swing state poll ahead of the 2024 election. Some shocking findings surrounding voter concerns about political violence. So we're seeing that. So we're going to get into that a little bit later in our broadcast.
All that and more over the next 2 hours. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. We are just over an hour away from the latest numbers out of NVIDIA. You've got some people calling this the most important stock on the planet. NVIDIA today down 1.5% ahead of earnings. Erin Brown is portfolio manager at PIMCO, and she says there's no question there is plenty riding on NVIDIA's report.
Yes, if NVIDIA goes down today, the whole market's going down. I think that that's probably a short-term dip, and you likely buy, because right now it's just about playing the expectations of the rollout of the next chip and the GPU for NVIDIA versus what we know is going to be a very strong earnings picture over the next couple of years for the company.
Erin Brown of PIMCO, and yes, we will have you completely covered on shares of NVIDIA once that number drops after the closing bell. NVIDIA again down 1.6%. S&P down 25 right now, 52.96. Stocks lower across the board. Fed Wednesday We got the S&P down now by 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 0.6%, lower by 240 points. NASDAQ also lower today, down 0.5%. 10-year, 4.42%. The 2-year, 4.87%. Spot gold down 1.7%, $23.79 for an ounce of gold. West Texas Intermediate down 1.7%, $77.11 a barrel. But again, the big story, NVIDIA after the bell. We are on NVIDIA watch. NVIDIA now down by 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. NVIDIA is certainly our focal point today. We just heard it from Charlie. We're going to keep talking about it for the next, well, I'd say 2 hours. The company reporting earnings after the close. We expect those numbers at around 4:20 Wall Street time today. For what to expect and what to look for when we do get to those numbers, we turn to none other than Ian King. He's Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter, joining us from our San Francisco bureau. Ian wrote the story that you need to read ahead of NVIDIA earnings, the earnings preview. Ian, give us the big headline number that you're going to be looking for and the metric that's sort of, as you peel back the layers, one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the headline number is obviously going to be the revenue forecast for the current quarter, and estimates are ranging as high as over 30 billion on there. We have a consensus. I'm just checking. It's like 26.8 is the current consensus, according to our poll of things. So that's what we're looking for.
But there's some whispers as high as 30.
Yeah, I mean, some of the estimates are well into the 30s, some are on the higher end, which we've got on the terminal here. So to sort of round that out, I mean, it's expected to come in and give a very bullish forecast, even more bullish than analysts expect. How bullish it is, how far in excess of that consensus it goes will probably determine how people feel about it in after-hours trading.
In terms of the past quarter that they're reporting on, Ian, I mean, were there, we keep hearing stories about supply constraints and not necessarily being able to meet order demand. So I'm curious if that in any way could impact them negatively. And then do we have to kind of look at backlogs to also get a clearer picture?
Yeah, no, that goes to the heart of what's going on here. It's, they've said explicitly, if we could get more supply, we'd have more revenue. We have more orders than we can get. So I think that, that's the key point of tension is, they're going to TSMC. How much did they order from TSMC and how much could TSMC fulfill? It's not the silicon that's the issue. It's probably the packaging. So we'll see how well that progress has gone in terms of getting more supply. And they've said it's getting better, and they've said they'll have more, but probably not enough.
All right. So, but could there be some disappointment then on the sales line, if you will, for last quarter as a result of that? And then does, again, the importance of looking at that backlog or back orders, is that an important part of kind of figuring out the health of this company? Because, we're also like, if they miss even a little bit, I'm just curious if there could be some disappointment, or do we have to be smart and saying, well, wait a minute, it's just in case they can't meet supply? I don't know.
I mean, according to all of the reports that I've read, they're not expecting much upside on the reported quarter, but they are expecting to meet numbers. And again, going back to what NVIDIA has said, they've said basically we are sold out, right? We've been telling our big customers, and we know who those big customers are, this is what we're going to be able to supply. These are the models we're going to have when. So really what they've done is map out a picture which says, you guess what the supply is, and that'll be our earnings for this year. There's no negatives on the demand side, at least according to what the company is saying. It's just a case of how much can we squeeze out the toothpaste tube.
Well, speaking of squeezing out of the toothpaste tube, I really want to talk about this adjusted gross margin estimate. 75.6% is what analysts are expecting. Can we talk about these margins for a second?
Incredible.
This is a company that, as you write, really faces no competition in this space right now. And I think that's reflected in a 75% margin.
Yeah, I mean, there was talk earlier this year about what AMD was saying, what Intel was saying, what some of the big customers, the Amazons and so forth, were talking about their own chips. And then NVIDIA came out and said, oh, by the way, here's the new one that's coming at the end of the second half of the year. And guess what? It's twice as fast, twice as performant. So assuming this chip is going to come to market on time and deliver what they said. It's just lapping the competition, unfortunately, for them at this particular point. And as we've said before, you're looking at one of these chips. One of these chips is selling for the price of a family car. So the economics are very good.
Well, give us a reference point when it comes to margins in this space, because you cover all of these companies. Is 75.6% atypical for one of the companies you cover, Ian? Like, where does it fall within the world, your world?
Yeah, put it this way. So when Intel was at its